The House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
The Beatles said, "It's been a long, cold, lonely winter." Last night's rain woke up a very thirsty earth. Rhubarbs and robins all give glory to their Creator. What an honor it is to be among you as we ground ourselves in the source of all of our beings. Remembering who we are and whose we are, we pray. Blessed are you, God of all creation. We bring all of ourselves to this place, to this great room, this chamber. We come as members of parties. We come as members of communities. We come as members of families. But first, we come as individuals, each with our own dreams and disappointments, each with our own heartaches and hurrahs. We bring all of that to this room, this holy place, knowing that the Creator, the Ancient of Days, is here with us in this moment. In this moment, we are called to love. As the Apostle Paul said, love is patient. Love is kind. Help us, gracious God, to be patient. Open our ears to hear the good in our opponents. Open our hearts to the love that is present in each of us. Teach us to love as you love, to love and to love again. Because justice is what love looks like in public. Because love casts out the fear that makes us self-centered. Love guides us to work for your new creation. At this time of year, as the earth brings forth abundance, and we see all the work that is laid before us, give us joy and laughter in our work. Help us take delight in your creation. Let our laughter and joy free us from our small selves. Expand our horizons so that we can do your work today. We ask this, knowing that you know our needs before we can voice them. Amen and alleluia.
The chaplain for today is Pastor Pepe Demarest from the Recovery Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll.
No, we need you.
Members, the clerk will close the roll. The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present.
Perfect.
The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House 94th Session, 2026, 78th Legislative Day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Sunday, May 17th, 2026.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Members, we have an honored guest with us this morning. I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Momani Hildsley, to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my honor to welcome to the House Chamber His Excellency Honorable Joshua Aduma Awor, Member of Parliament in Kenya, and a ranking member serving his third term. It is an honor to have you here, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Members, today we will proceed with our retirement speeches. They're done in order of seniority, the most senior to the least senior. The least senior to the most senior. Good morning, everybody. And we will begin with the member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Speaker. I didn't think I was going first, so this surprises me. But nothing surprises me with all of you anymore. So, good morning, members. It is an honor to make this speech or ad-lib thing. But I'm going to start by saying, how many times did you hear, oh, I wasn't going to stand on this policy or bill, but I'm going to anyway? Or did you say it yourself? So that is what happened to me when I started thinking about doing this retirement speech. I was like, well, I'm not retiring. It sounds so finite. I'm going across the rotunda. I know some of you might not like that, but I am, all right? That is why I'm here. I know I only get a minute for my years, but it's been a great ride. It has been. So good morning. I do this with a heartful gratitude. Serving in the House legislature for the past 4 years has been one of the greatest honors of my life. Public service is never about one person alone. It's not. It's about the people who believe in you, challenge you, support you, walk with you every day and on the way. While today marks the closure of my service here in the Minnesota House, with great thought, it was great thought, I have chosen to run for Senate and look forward to having an opportunity with humility and determination to continue this work in the Minnesota legislature, but carrying it in the Senate. For my voices of the communities and all the experiences and voices I heard from you, I do want to carry over to the Senate. First and foremost, I want to thank the people in my district. Thanks to everyone back home for placing trust in me to represent their voices, their values, their concerns, every conversation at the door, every email, every handshake at every community event, Every story shared with me mattered deeply, and it made me know what I was coming here for. I was reminded daily who I serve and why this work is so important. I want to thank my family and close friends. I know you all will relate to that, because our close friends and our family, as you know, public service requires sacrifice, not only from us, the person elected, but from everyone around them. Thank you for my family and friends understanding my late nights, missed dinners, long weekends, and my crabbiness on Fridays, and laundry on Fridays, and getting out of my way on Fridays, and the constant encouragement I got. And I've always wanted to do this. Your love and support carried me through the difficult days and kept me grounded during the rewarding days. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank you. We did not always agree, and at times the debates were passionate and really kind of hard. But I truly believe that most people who enter public office do so because they want to make a difference. And that's how I feel about our differences and some of the rallies we had together. I am grateful for the relationships built, the lessons learned, and the moments when we came together for good of the people we serve. I thank you all, and your friendships will always go with me, with who I am. It's not what I am, it's who I am in this role, and you have all made me who I am inside. I also want to recognize the staff members. My LA, Morgan Main, is up in the gallery. Who would think? Committee administrator, pages, security personnel, Patrick, who looks always so thinking up there as well, and everyone behind the scenes who keep the legislature moving every single day. So much of the important work happens quietly without recognition. And I'm deeply appreciative of the professionalism and dedication of everyone that supported us behind the scenes. Over these 4 years, we faced challenges, difficult conversations, and important decisions that will shape our communities for years to come. Through it all, I tried to lead with integrity, compassion, empathy, and a commitment to doing what I believed was right for the people I represented. While no public servant gets every decision perfect, I will repeat that, while no public servant gets every decision perfect, I can honestly say I gave this role my full effort and my whole heart. One of the greatest gifts of this experience has been meeting people from every walks of life, people who care deeply about the communities, their families, and the future of our state. Last time. Those conversations gave me hope and reminded me that despite our differences, wanting to believe we share far more in common than what divides us. Again, we share more in common than what divides us, and I really, truly believe that. As I retire from the House, I do so with pride in what we accomplished together and optimism for what lies ahead. Optimism for what lies ahead for you here, for the Senate, for our state. Leadership changes, seasons change, but the work building stronger communities never end. I know the next generation of leaders will continue stepping forward with fresh ideas, energy, and determination. To everyone who supported me, challenged me, prayed for me, encouraged me, or simply believed in the importance of public service, thank you. Serving you has been the privilege of a lifetime, a privilege of a lifetime. I don't know if I'll ever experience something like that again. And in closing, I would like to just say what I always said that kept me grounded. And back home, they know this. They want to put it on billboards, but I don't want to do it. But it is, my saying is, don't take the bait and watch your own bobber. And that'll get you through a lot of difficult conversations. So in closing, really, may we continue this work together with respect, courage, and hope for the future and of our great state of Minnesota. We do it together. I say thank you to all of you, and I say God bless you all, and go get them.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez Vega.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whoa. It has been an honor and a deep privilege to be in this chamber with all of you, even those that maybe I don't agree with all of the time. I'm proud to have been elected for 2 terms as the rep who raps, as the mother of Loisa Rosa Perez Hedges, as the granddaughter of Puerto Ricans who were born before the 1917 Jones Act that gave citizenship, as the daughter of a Puerto Rican woman who was a young Lord activist at the age of 16 on the Lower East Side fighting for housing, health care, and ensuring that we have education, and the daughter of a veteran who was drafted to Vietnam War out of New York City with the proud Ponceño blood of Puerto Rico. I am proud here to represent 65B, the district that I have lived my entire life in. As a Boricua Latina proud West Sider, the best side, to fight with the championship to say, let's deliver a trifecta and let's create some of the best memories that the state of Minnesota has ever been able to do in passing law. That wouldn't be able to happen without the amazing staff that encouraged me, that provided me as a type 1 diabetic with my sugar and Sour Patch Kids when long hours at night come in and I wasn't hungry. And I want to thank, at the same time of dealing with the type 1 diabetic, as I like to say, funky diabetic, the long nights of saying we are going to pass driver's licenses for all in 2023 with my mentor, Aisha Gomez, Southside, How You Ride. I'm probably one of the most representatives, getting a little choppy here, who came in with a leader and a speaker who said more than LFG to me, but say, you are like a TikTok bomb. We are gonna get things done. And that happened with her encouragement to say, give grace and thanks to your staff. And I want to give grace and thanks to someone who rode with me in that first term, Sebastian, whose mom couldn't believe that we actually passed driver's licenses for all. And I want to give grace to Fardusa, who fought so that we can provide housing justice from the West Side Barrio to the West 7th to downtown when we think about what was happening at the Laurie building and when my constituents needed help. We did not deny going to help. We went and we ran from this chamber to see what was happening because that's what leadership does. I want to give grace and thanks to Andrea. She says, boy, you really have a work of leadership to ensure that it's not just about the person who's elected, but about the overall staff so that we can grow in the work that we love to do to create policy and serve the people. And I like to say I train a lot of good folks in 2 years to continue to seguir pa'lante. Max, thank you for the short and sweet time to go into the next staffer of Chris Ortiz. I want you to be kind to Chris because he's an East LA'er. And well, he's got the Dodgers and we're still trying to pull off for the Twins, right, Mike Howard? But I can't go without saying that we need to also give grace to my comms director. Because as the rep who raps, there's a lot to deal with. Is this official side or is this the other profession? In Tuba, feliz cumpleaños. Not only did you make sure that we can shine in these chambers, but that the people get what they delivered by being advocated to be outside, not to yell, but to say, we've got your back. We're gonna celebrate with a lot of those bondings. And I'll see you, because the work never ends. I wanna thank Esther Bajay, Representative Bajay in housing. Your work, your leadership, You gave me so much strength in those times where I had to hear housing provider go off and on. That tenant rights to organize, we did that. We crossed that through the finish line. And I want to thank you for always saying, okay. Is she really going to play Who Let the Dogs Out? When we made sure that the animal has rights as renters as well. I want to thank my East Side brother, Representative Jay Zhang. Workforce development, ensuring that laborers not only in those spaces of where unions are at, but those who want to be licensed to create their businesses and thrive in our cultural districts have the opportunity to continue legacy. When I marched in Cinco de Mayo, I thought about the pride of that legacy with you and Representative Hodan and those calls to say, let's make things happen for La Raza. So, you're Rican with me, all right? I want to thank Representative Mary Frances Clardy, my West St. Paul delegation member. You encouraged me to not give up on the READ Act. You really made a flashlight happen for our communities of dual language immersion, create a workforce so that it can provide for the 180 different languages that are spoken in my district schools, in our district schools. I want to thank my CEP sister for life, Representative Samantha Senser-Murrah. Ethnic studies. We are the product of ethnic studies. We are the girls that we have taught and that we continue to tell dream, who get looked over at, who say that you may not be qualified, but then come in with the best stats and deliver. Thank you, hermana, and I look forward to the continued work in raising our children together. My brother, I don't know what this guy's gonna do without me, guys, but he'll do great things. Representative Samakab Hussein. He's a champion, y'all. He fights. He shows up even when gun violence is stricken him in his own front door to say, we must stop this. He cares about his children, his wife, his family, and all of our families. And we need more partnerships of that in this space when I'm gone, to say that we're gonna get through this together. And he also helped me cross on to meet some of y'all on the other side of the aisle, so that we can talk about, let's get a first for many. I had goals in here. And that's something that I've been able to do as a little girl that my mom taught me and my abuela, who couldn't afford a pair of shoes while she wanted an education in Puerto Rico's mountains way before Bad Bunny became the hot stuff at Super Bowl. I come from sugarcane plantation workers. And I'm proud of being born in Minnesota for my diaspora Borinquen to continue to thrive and say that si se puede, la lucha pa'lante. And to my Latino community, I'm yours forever. We all have different stories, but one story's right is that we together make Minnesota better. And I continue to help encourage the children to believe in yourself, because that's what my Madam Speaker, Melissa Hortman, did for me. She believed in me. She believed in us as Minnesotans. District 65B, the capital city of St. Paul versus everybody, and the awesomest suburb of West St. Paul, a beacon of determination, advocating, and we will never give up to the end. I want to say that Melissa Hortman's memory and the legacy of LFG, Go Take Action, guided me in some of the most difficult challenges to face in this session. Representative Jess Hansen, single moms get the job done. Melissa's teachings and values illuminated a force and path every step of the way in this session. It's allowed that we can go ahead and fight for vitality for downtown. Healthcare for our type 1 diabetics to not get left out. To continue to champion. It's been a profound privilege to serve for all the people of Minnesota, for my 65 beautiful. And I leave the Capitol feeling how much I miss Melissa Hortman, my forever speaker, and how much I feel she would be proud of all of our teamwork, respect, and dedication to deliver. I had a goal like I started in this verse, that I wanted to pass driver's licenses for all with GOMI. And I also wrote at the bookend that I wanted funding for the first Minnesota Latino Museum. And I'm proud of that work among so many other bills, because I didn't come to sit down. I came to take action. I came to deliver. But it's not about I and lead. There's no I in lead. There's an I in leadership, and all of us do that together. Gracias. It's been an honor. It's been a privilege. Y para todos los boricua, para que sepa, pa'lante siempre. Thank you.
Our next speaker, I recognize the member from Todd, Representative Mike Weiner.
So I guess it shows to show up. It's good to show up late. You get called on right away, huh? Thank you, and I apologize. 4 years ago, got elected, and had no idea what this journey would look like. It's been educational, to say the least. And believe it or not, when we spent long hours on the floor here and in committee, I have learned from everyone. I've listened to the speeches. I've paid attention. Because we don't just represent our area, we represent the whole state. And although there is this divide in our state and our country right now, it can be better. It can be improved. So thank you for the education. I appreciate it. I'm not leaving politics, I'm just leaving this chamber. Thank you, Pat Murphy. You have been, I love the words of wisdom and I love the history. Bringing school kids into this chamber and having him light up when they're in here. When I say there's love of country and love of state, see, I was born in 1976. That was the bicentennial year. Family birthdays, or my birthdays and Christmases, my grandparents would give me a bicentennial quarter. 1976, and 200 years after our country started. So I always felt patriotic. And now this year, in our 250th anniversary, I hope we bring that back. Because right now, our country, and even in our state here, there's a division. And that division, I think, is fed by something that George Washington warned us about in his farewell address. Very clearly. He talked about political factions, basically political parties. He said those factions would cause representatives, would cause elected officials to put the party before the interests of the people. He warned us that when that started happening, we would see animosity, we would see division, we would see the eye for an eye mentality that comes up, and then we'd also see corruption. And here we are, in a country so fractured that instead of peaceful dialogue, protests are what takes place. I never wanted to be part of that. I never wanted to be part of that yelling at people. It bothers me to see or have my kids see this in this chamber. I mean, all of us can get excited, all of us can get upset. But I think we can do better. I hope we can do better. I pray that we can do better. Somebody said something the other day about how people are watching. People watch everything that we do and say. And future generations are going to be listening, just like I listened to or read George Washington's farewell address and thought this is important. His words 230 years later, if I recall correctly, should be a warning for all of us. So what do we do moving forward? The eye for an eye does not work. It will not work. There was a gentleman I knew in my early life that said an eye for an eye leaves both men blind. So as I said, I hope moving forward that this state, our country, can come together, at least in this 250th anniversary of our great nation, and bring the love of a country back. Instead of the division, instead of the animosity, instead of the hatred. Because future generations, like I said, are watching. They're watching everything we do. And we will be analyzed in the pages of history on what we did and what we said. So when I move forward into the Senate, and I will be moving forward into the Senate, I look forward to bringing a calmer voice, because I have to set the example for that little one right there. And we all do. So thank you for the lessons in this chamber. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for learning. I hope I had an impact on you as well. And I will look back on these 4 years with happy memories, because I don't think it pays to focus on the negative. We can go through our lives, and there's a little tidbit of human nature. We can find 10 negative things about anything, but it's usually hard to say 3 positive things about something. We've got to start looking for the positive. Our country needs it right now, and they're looking to us. So, to everyone here who has influenced me in one way or another, thank you. I truly mean that. Some good, some bad. Sorry, Jim Nash. It was going pretty good up until that part of the speech, right? That was actually important, because a little bit of humor can bring us together. Doesn't always have to be serious. Sorry to be the butt of the joke. One of the things that I would love to see changed, because we can't just complain about stuff, we have to have solutions. Massive omnibus bills, and thank you. We saw so many more single subject bills this year. That was great. The institution has to be solidified, has to be focused, and we congest the system with too much. This is not the way this was set up to be. Term limits. I believe personally that we already have term limits in place, and that's the voters. But that also means that we have to understand, just like George Washington did, when he served 2 terms, he said, I'm done. And it's time for somebody else to step into these roles. This should not be a career. This should be service to the people. Because as things change, new voices come up. And we can't stifle them because of a career or because of the next election cycle gets me closer to retirement. It's not what this is for. We work for the people. Every decision we make should be for the people. So, with that being said, thank you. And one other small issue. Weiner is W-I-E. Happens all the time. I won't hold it against you. Thank you very much. I have loved this experience, and I look forward to visiting from the Senate. Thank you.
Also finishing his second term, I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I really went back and forth if I wanted to share anything today. But I wanted to take a moment, and Danny Nadeau told me that if I talk too long, he's going to stand up and tell me to be quiet. So I want to just say thank you. I want to say thank you to fellow members. That didn't take long. But I want to say thank you to just the fellow members. And, you know, we sometimes agree, we sometimes disagree, we can get passionate, but I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to learn from you and to sharpen my saw to make me be a better person. To the Gold Ties, to the state troopers that are around here that work so hard to keep us safe, thank you. To the chief clerk staff, to Patrick Murphy, you guys are amazing and really the unsung heroes around this institution. To Gavin Miller, who helps me with media writing. He does an amazing job and is like, well, maybe you should say it like this. To Allie, my LA, she has just been amazing and is just does a fantastic job. Isaac and Jacob, the GOP researchers in education, they're amazing. And to Jody Withers, who is gonna not be happy that he gets called out, but just the Rolodex of knowledge is helping kids across the state of Minnesota get a better education. So thank you for that, Jody. And most importantly, I want to thank my constituents. And Representative Nash reminded us when we came in as freshmen to take the steps to keep us humble, to walk up the front steps. And, you know, and I would do that, and it really reminded me of just the opportunity that each of us have to serve our communities. And it reminded me of my life verse. It's Matthew 5:13-16. It's the whole passage about salt and light. But that passage talks about, in the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. And that walk up every day reminded me that it's not about Ben Bakeberg, it's about the people that I have the opportunity to serve each and every day. And it's those relationships and those the stories and the successes and the heartache that we all hear from our constituents that make us be better people. And I guess if I would have a challenge, that would be my challenge, is to work to glorify, to promote others. And for me, I will always promote my Father in heaven and glorify him. I want to say thank you to my family. It's been a hard year for my mom. Some of you know that. She is a tough woman, and she's been battling cancer. And when I was a kid, I'd get into the back of the car after a baseball game, and she'd turn around and she'd say, well, you sure suck today. She just spoke truth, and I loved that. But my parents have just been a rock and prayer warriors for me. My kids, you know, all of us make sacrifices to be here to serve our communities, and it's our families that often take the brunt of it. So just thank you to my kids, and my wife, Lindy, is amazing. And for those of you that know her, know that I greatly outkicked my coverage. But I was, my highlight every single time is when kids come to the Capitol. And hearing and seeing the excitement and the passion of those kids and the awe of the building is really grounding and encouraging for me, because I remember as a middle school kid coming to St. Paul and seeing Tony Anand, who was my state rep, and him talking about the building and the process. And never in a million years did I imagine I would have the opportunity to serve here. And every time I see those kids, I see potential, and I see our future replacements, and I always encourage them and challenge them to dream big dreams. So thank you. It has been a pleasure to serve you, and thank you to my family. Thank you for my constituents. I've been humbled to serve you. Thank you.
Finishing a third term is Representative Reyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I know you all who have spoken before me know how odd it is to be standing here giving our last floor speeches. So I want to start by thanking staff. People asked me when I joined in my first year, what was your biggest surprise? And it was, the staff. I had no idea the brilliance, the creativity, the work ethic, the dedication from every staff person, no matter their role, from Pat Murphy to facilities to everybody. All the people I've worked with directly in committee or as my LAs in comms, too many to name. But so much gratitude. You really make this place a home. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And I didn't know when I came here what it really meant and the weight that we all carry and the level of responsibility. Because people, once they're in, I don't know, make it look easy, I guess. The difficulty and the challenge and the sacrifices aren't evident. So I am so grateful to everyone who's represented before us, here with us, and want us all to be leaving a good legacy for the people to come. I especially want to thank the two people who held the two seats that I did before me, Representatives Lori Halverson and Representative Sandy Mason. I want to thank the people I've had the honor of representing. I still pinch myself that thousands of people are saying, we believe you have our interest at heart. And as I move to the Senate, that many more people, and I'm so grateful and hope that I have honored your trust. Finally, my family. I can't say it enough, right? We can't do this without our families. They're everything in this work. And I just have to say, I love my caucus so much, and I love the Corona class so much. It's amazing to be part of this. So when I came to the House, it was early in COVID. George Floyd had just been murdered. Wildfires were turning our skies orange. And my constituents elected me to fight for justice, for affordable health care for all, and a planet where future generations can flourish. And they asked me to help ensure that Minnesotans can afford their lives rather than enriching corporations and the wealthiest among us. And I've had successes that are making a real difference for Minnesotans, and I'm proud of that work. And many of the successes have been bipartisan, and I'm so thankful for the partnership that I've seen in all three of my terms. Debt reform for medical debt and garnishment, making sure kids get treatment for their rare diseases, supporting Medicaid dental system, where dentists can barely stay in business because of the challenges of Medicaid funding. Getting more funding for housing and bonding bills, funding for solar on public buildings, and helping stability for soil and water conservation districts that support each and every one of our districts across the state. Because to me, this work isn't for 52A or whatever district I represent. My work is for the state of Minnesota, and I spend my time thinking about how will my work affect all of us. And I'm so proud to have been part of the incredible work that we did in 23 and 24 to improve lives for working families, people who are struggling to overcome challenges, and to get on their feet. So maybe this will be some hard truths because there have been deep disappointments. We've seen healthcare stripped from our immigrant neighbors. As you heard yesterday, we saw, to placate health plans, we saw families being abandoned whose children need critical nursing home care at home. We continue to underinvest in services for people with disabilities, balancing budgets on their backs. These are bipartisan issues. These are our people who are suffering. Just again, yesterday, there was no Republican support for protecting people from future ICE incursions. And heartbreakingly, we were not able to get a vote rejecting the will of 70% of Minnesotans to protect children, moviegoers, people of worship, shoppers, all of us, from the horrors of gun violence. And we must come together to protect human rights, which are under attack federally and locally. Protect our queer community, especially trans youth. Reproductive rights. Protect immigrants, stand up for them. They contribute so much to our culture and economy. Honor the sovereignty of Minnesota's tribes. And remember that when any are harmed, we all suffer. And sometimes protecting people requires getting in good trouble. We must defend our democratic system. Our federal government is flouting the Constitution. And even here in Minnesota, we've fallen short. We can't let this happen. We have to respect voting rights. We have to do all we can to make sure everyone's voices are heard. I don't care how people vote. I just want everyone to vote and let the voters decide where we land. So I want to see us respect agreements and honor promises when it comes down to it. So I believe in the power of good intentions. I attribute good intentions to every soul in this room. And I ask for all of us, to listen to each other, give each other grace, collectively build on Minnesota's strengths and address our challenges, rejecting divisiveness and hate, governing with love, compassion, and commitment to ensuring the common good. Finally, my thanks to Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman. You taught me so much by your example of leadership, and I'm forever grateful.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Well, I'm definitely going to cry, so I'm sorry. I'm not even going to pretend. So I've written a bunch of different versions of a speech, and I'm just glad I even wrote one because there's a lot of things that I want to say. This room looks very different the last time I'm in it from the first. We're the Corona class, and we are built different. I remember walking into this place for the very first time in my ribbon skirt and my moccasins, and Paul Cummings was with me. And there wasn't anybody else in this room. Gotta watch my speech, I wrote this. And I remember being in awe of this place. You know, as a little girl, I wasn't invited here. This wasn't a place that people said I could grow up to do this work. And I remember standing right there at that door, and I took a picture of the very first step on this house floor. Because the Corona class, we did a campaign behind Zoom screens. I remember when I decided to run, my oldest son and I were making sure our neighbors had food. You know, we ran a different kind of campaign. Healthcare, we were really worried about it. We saw the murder of George Floyd, and for some of us, that rocked us. There's always this moment in life when you realize, like, I gotta do just a little bit more. We all have it, right? There is that moment in life when Creator tells us it's time to step up. And I remember thinking, and I watched all my friends during that time get really loud on social media. And I remember saying to myself, I didn't want to be a mom that just bitched on Facebook. I wanted to be a mom that could look my kids in the eye and tell them I did everything I possibly could to make this world a better place for you. And I know I did that. I know I did that. My kids know I did that. I wasn't built to be a politician. Over the last 6 years, I realized even more this place was not created for people like me. I came in as a mom, a community member who just genuinely wanted to do good. I was confident in my brown brilliance, my love for lifelong learning, and my vision to lead with love. Many of you have heard my story about receiving my master's degree, and during my practicum, I asked the question, what were the barriers to academic success outside of academic rigor? Representative Bakeberg has heard that 1 million times. And the top answers were, and the answers were the same in many communities, and they've stayed the same for many years. It was the lack of representation. It's not just important for kids like me to see teachers like me. It's actually more important for people like you to see teachers like me. Our kids didn't have a place to stay. They were hungry, and they were begging for ongoing mental health supports. Our kids needed somebody to come here and fight for them, and from the minute I stepped my foot in this door, I have worked committed to those values. If any of you have paid attention to the work that I've done here, it's been to say to those kids and those families, I heard you. There hasn't been a day that I haven't realized how much of a true honor it is to be in this place. For some of you, I do know this work is pretty easy. You stay for decades. It's no big deal. Financially, this is just a hobby for you. For some of us like me, an Indigenous queer woman from the west side of Minnesota, this path has required a whole different level of grit, determination, and resilience. Growing up, I didn't see anybody who looked like me in any roles, like teachers, doctors, nurses, bankers, you name it. I didn't see people who looked like me, and subliminally that told me I just didn't belong in these places. My 6 years here, and the Indigenous leaders who sat in this exact seat before me, our voice matters. It matters that we're here. We've made a difference. Minnesota is better because of us. And I invite you to continue to invite more of us to sit alongside you, to do this work with you. Indigenous people come with a beautiful understanding of this world and how we're supposed to work in unison together. To the younger version of myself, and maybe to the Native youth out there that are listening, keep showing up, even when they tell you you don't belong. The tactics to make you invisible are only because they're afraid of your brilliance. Your pure existence will make people big mad. But lean into your power of resilience. Remember, laughter is medicine. Tears are an honest part of generational healing. And smudge when things feel hard. You smudge before football games. I've said no representatives are the best version of themselves without our staff. We know we all have those special staff who sit with us and help us think through those really big ideas. They tell us, truthfully, if we're completely out of our mind, or they get in the trenches to make history. And we all know those staff, right? We all know those staff. I had staff that I believe helped us make historical change around investing in homelessness. And I want to take a minute to just talk about that. My first term here, I had the honor of serving as the vice chair of preventing homelessness with Chair Gomez. Though our communities may look very different, our hearts to end homelessness align so clearly. We took the things we learned, the real life stories, and we took them to new tables, and we have done our work. Little did I know that that chair and vice chair combo would grow into something so much bigger than this work. Gomez, thank you. Thank you for being my rock in this place. Thank you for helping to show up for my kids. I could go on and on, but truly just thank you for being you, and thank you for loving me. And every table I've sat at, I've had the privilege to have Molly Peterson have my back. Sean Herring will run anytime I text him. Sean Herring will turn around in the middle of the night when I say we need Sean Herring in this room to help us fix a problem. And I know they're not like my staff, but y'all, they're my staff. They're my friends. And we've invested in our solutions together. We made the Pathway Home Act, and we know we're saving lives. Lean into your staff, lean into their brilliance, allow them to challenge you. Don't think that you know everything, because we all know we absolutely don't. But the best part of this team is a leader who knew who needed to be paired together. This part's hard to talk about, but it's required. My forever speaker, or as I like to call her, Speak. Thank you for believing in me. I'm sorry. I brought my own Kleenex. For the first time, thank you. Thank you for believing me. Indigenous invisibility is real. But Melissa saw me. She really saw me. And I want to share a story that I don't know people know is really public, and quite frankly, I don't give a damn. But in 2020, when I got endorsed, I was running against other people in my community. There was a city council member who people thought just for sure was the better choice, that there was no shot that a person like me could win. And ironically, I've heard that story more recently as well. And the leader of this party reached out and asked Melissa to endorse against me, saying a queer Native woman could never win in greater Minnesota. Well, joke's on him, because here I am. But more than that, Melissa stood up. That's what true allyship looks like. She didn't care. She saw something in me that I didn't even see in myself. And to be quite honest, looking around, definitely feels like we have enough mediocre white guys doing this job. Y'all needed my brown brilliance here. Sorry, guys. And so I'm so grateful for, I was meaning this row right here. Oh, I'm not even sorry. Okay. Okay, let me pull it together. To the ALs, we did a job none of us signed up for. But I know Creator put us together for a reason, and we collectively did the hard work. I see you. And I am so grateful to be in the work with you. To the Native Caucus, be bold, be brave. Tribal state relations is an action. And this caucus is required to continue to do that and maintain these relationships. To 4A, to my senator, thank you for picking me. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for trusting me. As the only Democrat from the entire west side of the state, if you looked at a map, it's a sacrifice. It's a different kind of sacrifice, y'all. I've been away from my home for 22 straight days to stay here to do this work for Minnesota and for you. The distance, the weather, the consecutive nights away from my home, my kids, the loneliness of living in a hotel, it all takes a toll on a person. Please continue to fight for the importance of the entire state to show up. Please make sure you don't schedule things early on a Monday morning, because when we have to get up at 5 a.m. to drive here, we're not our best selves. We can only do this job when we have a village of love. Jay, thank you for being the most amazing human. I could never do this job without you helping to take out the garbage, watering the plants, going to the track meets, making sure that home base knows that it's taken care of. To my mom, who's watching, she couldn't make it. Thank you for teaching me the importance of showing up and working hard every day for our people. You broke glass ceilings and you taught me to do the same. But most importantly, to my boys, you are my why. Elliot, DJ, you are the reason I'm here. DJ, I'm your forever biggest fan, dude. Y'all don't know my kid. He's got some amazing things going on. He was a 3-sport athlete in high school, and I never missed a day work here, but more importantly, I would leave and drive the long hours to never miss one of his games. It's important that being here, we remember who we are in our lives as well. I was a stellar legislator, but I never dropped the ball being a mom. To my sweet Elliot, hi. I know the long days away from each other is really hard on us. But like we talk, Mommy's doing really good work for our neighbors that matter. Coming home to your hugs after these long weeks is the only medicine I need. Your smile, your heart of pure love is the proof that I know the future generation is the hope and the healing that we all deserve. I'm excited to go to powwows with you. I'm excited to puzzle with you, picnic and read our books. A few pieces of advice before I leave you. Remember, we are grieving. We have to take care of ourselves before we take care of anybody else. And we have been on a grind. We have got to take care of ourselves, and that's okay. Find slivers of commonality. I've worked across the aisle genuinely to try to find good solutions that all of Minnesota deserves, and that matters, and we cannot let these party lines divide us like they do. There's good work to be done together. As a chair, always bring your vice chair along. Maybe you'll be the next Gomez Keeler makeup. Spend time with unlikely friends. They matter. And don't forget about Greater Minnesota. Make sure you keep that remote testimony, because that matters. It matters that our voice is heard. And last, y'all know it, drink water. Thank you for the opportunity of a lifetime. It's time to rest. I'm gonna go be the best plant mom I can be. Take care of each other. Wopira.
recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you. I'm already struggling. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's hard going after so many emotional speeches. And I wanted to make sure that I said something today, though, because I don't think you can do this work and not be touched and not be impacted by the individuals you do it with. Thank you. You know, I think about my journey. I was born in a county hospital in Chicago, much like HCMC. In fact, it is the hospital that the show ER is based off of. But my journey starts before that. My mother was born in the Delta, in Mississippi. And my grandparents were raised there. I visited there as a kid. And growing up, I remember, I was very young, but the first black mayor of Chicago was Mayor Harold Washington. And I've always been inspired by his story and the campaign he ran. And before Jesse Jackson talked about the Rainbow Coalition, that was Mayor Harold Washington's premise for his campaign. It was the Rainbow, bringing together the Rainbow Coalition. For those who don't know, Chicago at that time was a very diverse city, but a very segregated city. And Harold said, you know, this is a big city, and the pie is big enough for all of us. And this coalition, if it unites, we can provide for everyone. And I thought one day that I would grow up and I too could be the mayor of Chicago. But to create the type of hometown that I didn't see growing up. I left and I came to Minnesota, to the University of Minnesota Morris. I'm gonna get it together at some point here and flow this. And when I came to Morris, obviously culture shock from where I was, right? I went from a place where 99% of the people looked like me, similar lived experiences, to a place where that was totally flipped. But that's small town of Morris and the surrounding towns, because those that live in Morris, have been to Morris, you know there's not a whole lot of amenities. So I would drive to Alexandria, I would drive to Wilmer, Fergus Falls, St. Cloud. These are the places that we went, or up to the metro. Not a small town, I know. But I would visit all these small towns, and because my classmates were from these small towns. And in many ways, I was reminded of those small towns that my grandparents grew up in the Delta. People who wanted the same things. They wanted good jobs, they wanted good education for their kids, they wanted dignity, they wanted to be treated with respect. They just wanted to be given opportunities to make it. And I have never forgotten those experiences, the friendships I made. Everything you see today is because of those experiences. The way I interact with people, the things I care about, it's because of those lived experiences, not just from the South Side, but the time I spent here in Minnesota. Minnesota has given me so much in almost the 30 years I've been here. And I've never taken it for granted. I've always appreciated and respected what it's meant to serve, why it's important You know, and losing Melissa. Reminded me that you can't take it for granted. You have to appreciate every single moment. And I tell you, I am falling apart because it has not really hit me until now. Because I've always been taught also by my mother that focus on what's in front of you, get the job done. And then you can enjoy it. So this session, I've been working hard, keeping my head down, doing the work of the people. But none of it happens without the work, without the help, not just my colleagues on this side of the aisle, but also my colleagues on that side of the aisle. We bargained in what we did with the budget that we did this year. We didn't have to do it, but we did it because it was needed, because it was important. And we came together and we showed not just the state, but the country, how we stand together as Minnesotans. And I will never forget that. And you know, Keeler said they're not our, well, Keeler's gone now. Oh, Keeler's right there, all right. Corona class, we came in through tough times. And that's on both sides of the aisle again. We came in tough times. We came in through the fire. And I do believe we're different because of that. And I do believe we will forever have a bond because of that. Republicans and Democrats, because of the things that we've been through. But what I will never take for granted, what I always appreciated, that's when times got tough, we did things together for the betterment of Minnesota. And to all the staff here, I'm not going to name names because I will forget somebody. As I look around and I look at the faces, to all of you that made sure that your elected officials, as Chair Liebman said last night, you all don't make mistakes, we make mistakes. But because of the great work that you do and how smart you are, we don't make a lot of mistakes. And we couldn't do it without you. And to all the leaders that have believed in me and put me in positions to do good work, Zach, thank you. Melissa, thank you. People have to believe in you. They have to give you a chance. And that is what Minnesota has done for this poor kid from the south side of Chicago. And I will never forget it. And one of the main reasons I wanted to just say something today, other than I feel like I needed to thank everybody in here for the opportunity and the chance to meet, to get to know you all. For my daughters, Reyer, Maya, and Kalinda, I want you to know that your dad stepped up when it was needed. And to my grandsons, Sky and Chaos, who watched this one day. And I want you to be inspired, not just because your papa stepped up to do good work. I want you to know there's great people here to care, and you will find people that will step up for you, even when they don't know you, to make sure you have a better place and a better future. And before I totally just melt here, for everybody that is coming back here and will continue to do this work, please remember, don't take 1 day, 1 second, 1 minute, 1 hour for granted. And unlike me, try to live in those moments try to live in those moments. It's better to enjoy it that way. It's better to experience life that way. Thank you all again for giving this poor kid from the south side of Chicago a chance to grow into a legislator, a leader, and a public servant. I'll never forget it. You can always call me. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I may cry the whole time, or maybe not at all. We'll see. I've always thought about my retirement speech, like ever since I was first elected, and I think it would be a really good exercise. Somebody said sharpening the saw. I think it was Rep. Bakeberg. I'm also obsessed with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and he talks about beginning with the end in mind as the first habit, and he talks about picturing your funeral and thinking about the legacy that you want to lead and the type of person that you want people to remember you as. And so I just encourage everyone who's staying to write your retirement speech too, because I've heard a lot of values that I share and that inspire me, and I think we should all just try to remember that that's who we want to be when we show up in this place. So with that, I don't know if my speech is going to live up to that, but I've written the top 5 things that I won't miss and the top 5 things that I will miss. So we'll start with the top 5 things that I won't miss so we can end on a high note. I will not miss the internet. I won't miss men calling me honey who don't know me. I won't miss going viral. That sucks. So I'm not gonna miss, I was almost off of Facebook, and then I ran for office in a pandemic, and I was like, I guess I'm back on Facebook. Anyway, I'll probably stay on because I want to stay connected to you guys. I won't miss blazers. I hate blazers. I hate them. So I'm like a hoodie person, and this place makes me dress up, and that's not cool. So next time you see me, I shall not be wearing a blazer. I will not miss, this is a more serious one, I won't miss working really hard to pass laws and then seeing the way the system isn't as nimble and proactive and visionary as I want it to be, because we work so hard to pass those laws and get that funding and enact policy, and then seeing the way the system is like, actually, we're good, we're just gonna, everything's perfect, why do we need to change? And that's been really frustrating, so that'll make me sad, or it did make me sad. I won't miss being in a space that, unfortunately, I think the structure of this body encourages groupthink, discourages us from asking critical questions and exchanging ideas across party lines to really investigate our own assumptions and try to really hear one another. I just think that the structure of this place doesn't really encourage that always. I started in the middle of a pandemic, and so I wasn't really on the floor for a while, and I remember the first time that I was on the floor, and everyone was really big, and we were all the people at home, and I was like, whoa, this is theater. We are talking past one another and not to one another. And so anything that the leaders of this body can do to try to create structures and incentives for us to really hear one another, I think that would be better. And the last thing that I won't miss is being in a space that often discourages us from seeing the humanity in one another. At the end of the day, this institution is healthier and more effective if we can trust one another to be our best selves. And I have found that when I have brought that energy, it has always been reciprocated. And so I wish all of us could just really trust one another, and I think that that's really hard. But that's what I won't miss that, and I plan to just be a person who hears everyone, and so that'll be good. Okay, top 5 things I will miss. My sister's taking pictures. Do I look good? Okay, cool. On that note, I will miss people feeling obligated to laugh at all of my jokes. Everyone just thinks you're so great when you're a legislator. So when I'm a normie, people will not laugh at all my jokes, and that'll be sad. I know I will lose touch with a lot of wonderful, brilliant people, and that makes me sad. I put especially Jay, but I'm definitely not going to lose touch with you. I just meant you are especially wonderful, and I will miss your running commentary on the floor, and I will miss working with you. I promised Jay that there would be a mention of Jay. So, this place creates a family, and I will miss being part of this family so much. But I do plan to maintain deep relationships, so I'm going to stay in touch. I'm going to have so much time for coffee dates, and you're all going to be like, I'm super busy. Don't you remember? And I'll be like, no, coffee. I will miss crafting bills by negotiating with many people with very different opinions and priorities and coming to like a perfect solution through hard work, creative thinking, good communication. NPR once called one of my bills less glamorous but important, and that is my lane, and I love that lane, and I will miss that work. Second to last, if you're not keeping count, I'll miss being invited to really random places like oil refineries and the Boundary Waters and Muslim community centers and medical schools and Gopher games. Like, people are just like, come and we'll show you the world, and it's awesome. I feel like I know my own community and my state so much better because I've been invited to all of these spaces, and it's been a real honor and just a pleasure. And last thing I will miss is having a platform to say what I believe is right instead of begging the people who represent me to do and say what is right. That's why I ran for office, and it's been awesome to just be like, I know what I would like the person representing me to say, and oh, I am that person. And so I'll say it. And so I'm going to miss that. I plan to still be very opinionated and loud, so you'll still hear from me. And I would like to end with just some thank yous. I'd like to thank the nonpartisan research staff who pour all their brilliance and dedication into our bills, even when our bills have no immediate chance of passing, but they're our vision for like a better future. And I wrote down something that Ben Johnson said once when he was explaining something to us. He was like, as you probably already know, and he totally knew that none of us knew that. but they like lift us up and make us better and do it in a way that doesn't make us like realize that they're way smarter than us. But we do, and I appreciate them. Thank you to the House staff, whose tireless efforts behind the scenes is the true backbone of our work. Thanks to Dave, who keeps me in Kit Kats. This is my last Kit Kat. It says, last one, I will miss you. But he promised to send me Kit Kats to my office. So, but I appreciate, like this space is like grandiose, and it can feel kind of impersonal and intimidating, and having Kit Kats and a supportive staff who makes us feel like we're meant to be here is really meaningful and important. Thank you to my colleagues for your friendship, your support, your karaoke duets, the late nights. You are my family forever, and I am so grateful for this intense, life-changing experience that we all shared. Shout out to Corona class. I love you, Corona class. You are my family for literal ever. You're not getting away. I'd like to thank Melissa, who encouraged me to be a squeaky wheel, and then she didn't hold it against me when I took her advice and was really annoying. I'm usually really annoying in a way that is invisible, but she knew I was annoying, and she didn't judge me for it. Because I'm really opinionated. I asked Esther once, I was like, am I weird? And you're like, you're just kind of intense about the things you care about. So, which is very true. I'm kind of like a lot. And you guys all never judge me for that. Melissa didn't judge me for that. It was an honor to serve with Melissa, and I will forever remember her example of strong, principled leadership. I'd like to thank Larissa and Laura, who made my hair look amazing for all 3 terms. I'll make sure they see the video of that because they're not here. Lastly, I'd like to thank my family, my parents who supported and encouraged me since the beginning when I decided to run for office randomly. And thank you to Ben. This might be the part where I cry. for encouraging me to run for office in 2020 when we sat down in the living room and we were like, what more do we have to offer, like our state and our community? And we decided we had more that we could do as a team. What sacrifices were we willing to make as a team? And unlike Heather, I missed like most of the games. I missed most of the choir concerts. I missed a lot. And that was because Ben was there to make sure that the kids knew that I loved them and that we loved them. And it was a real sacrifice that we all made. And I'm really proud of our family. So yeah, these last 3 terms have been a shared commitment. Thank you. So, it has been an honor of a lifetime to serve in the House of Representatives, to represent the people of New Brighton, Columbia Heights, and St. Anthony. It has been a true joy, and you all are not rid of me because I'm super opinionated. I'm totally going to show up and be like, I have compensatory revenue opinions, so beware. But just a true honor and a true joy. Thank you all so much.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No pressure at all rounding out the Corona class, especially following 2 of the 17 lawyers in our class. I'm going to get thank yous out of the way first because I'm not entirely sure I'm going to get through this. So, thank you to the staff from the front desk, to our committee administrators, to our LAs and comms, and especially to the people who keep this chamber sparkling every time we step in here. Thank you to the people of 55B who have sent me here 3 times to fight for them and their families and bring their voices to spaces not meant for a lot of people like us. These past 6 years have been a pretty wild ride. I never expected to begin legislating remotely during a global pandemic or to end legislating with such a tremendous loss through an act of political violence. I came here to be a voice for hardworking families in my district and across this state, and I've spent my time here centering workers in every conversation and with them at the forefront of my work. I'm proud to have made life a bit easier and a bit better for working families during my time here. I still believe that we need more union members in the halls of power, and I'm grateful to have my union siblings in this chamber to carry the legacies of Chair Eklund, Sundin, and Chair Nelson. I am sorry. And all the great labor leaders who have left their indelible mark on this institution. I cannot read my speech, so I might have to make it up. To my Corona class members, thank you for being some of the very best people I know, and for standing fiercely together despite geography, different lanes in this work, and life changes. I can't start naming everyone that I would want to thank because the list is too long. But to every chair who gave me a chance and who mentored me, Kelly, Dave, Ginny, who supported my bills and believed in me, thank you. To those of you who have been in my corner, who have set the example, or made sure I had snacks, Liz and Athena. I'm a better person because of all of you. We have accomplished too much, and we have lost too much for any one of us to leave here without being forever altered. But I'm so grateful to have spent the last 6 years doing this work with all of you. So to everyone in this chamber, even those of you who are super excited to never be in a committee with me again, Isaac Schultz, or listen to me on this floor, thank you. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve with you, to be in this work alongside you. And while I'm excited for the next adventure, I will miss you. Thank you, Speaker Hortman, for setting the example of how to lead. And for showing us that when we stick together, anything is possible. LFG. To my partner, Brian, oddly, we met campaigning, so we began this journey together, and we are ending this journey together. Thank you for being here. For the very last time, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Benton, Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise one last time to say, wow, what a glorious honor and blessing it has been to represent the nitty-gritty Granite City of St. Cloud, Minnesota with you all for the last 8 years. I have been thinking a lot about how to best describe why the Minnesota House is such a special place, why we love it so much. And I keep coming back to a song that I first learned in Sunday school when I was a boy, and I would like to share the lyrics of it with you now. It's called Make a Difference by Rachel Kurtz. I want my life to make a difference. I want my life to make a change. I want my life to do some good here. I want my life to make a change. Working side by side, no out or inside, together we can make that change. Crossing the great divide, joy and peace will abide. Together we can make that change. And that's what's so special about getting to serve here. Members, we are each one of only 134 people in the entire state that have been sent here by our communities to make a difference and to make the change. We're trusted with that responsibility. And I believe it's that spirit of service that truly makes this such a special institution. And it's that spirit of service that served as the catalyst to my journey to be here with you in the House. A journey that started on a hot September day back in 2009 in good old Collegeville, Minnesota. There was a College Democrats meeting on campus, and I heard there were going to be not one but two Minnesota legislators there. And I was really bummed that I had to miss it because we had football practice at the exact same time. But as luck would have it, Coach, for whatever reason, let us out of practice about 15 minutes early. So I threw off my helmet and pads, I ran to the cafeteria, and just as they were closing out, I was able to meet two people who forever changed my life. Former Representative Larry Hosch and former Senator Terrell Clark. And I had the opportunity to work with them, to be on their campaigns, to come here to the House and the Senate. And I just was so struck by what a difference you can make here in the Minnesota legislature. And hearing the stories from Larry and Terrell's constituents. I also got to work with Representative Zach Dorholt, and just getting to see the impact that they were able to use their office here, both in making an impact through legislation, as well as what they were able to do for their constituents. I heard so many stories of how constituent services can really make a difference in people's lives. So I knew that this was where I wanted to be. So in 2023, fresh out of college, I launched my campaign for the Minnesota House. 2013. I launched my campaign for the House. Want to give a special shout out to Matt Lindstrom and John Taylor and the McCarthy Center at St. John's University for that network of Johnny Benny's support. We ran a great campaign, but I got smoked by about 10 points. Wasn't meant to be that year. But I loved it. I loved getting out and door knocking and meeting my community members. So I gave it another try in 2016. Now, I usually don't like to admit this, but it is the last day, so I feel like it's time to give some confessions. I ran for the Senate in 2016. I know. And I know, the last day, that's why I'm telling you this. And I admit, I came as close as you can get to being a senator without actually having to be a senator. I lost the closest race in the state. We had a month-long recount. I was devastated. I thought, okay, I've done this twice. My spirit of service that makes me want to run for the legislature wasn't meant to be, and I kind of let that fire die out in my heart. And then one day I got a call that changed my life again. On April 14th of 2017, I got a call from DFL House Minority Leader, Melissa Hortman. And I couldn't figure out why she was calling me. And she asked me if I would be willing to run for the House. And I said, look, I've already ran twice. I lost twice. She said, no. She said, you're going to join me in the third time's the Charm Club, because I also ran and lost twice before I won. So after a lot of thought, I followed the speaker's advice and gave it one more try. And sure enough, that was it. The third time was the charm. And I had the profound honor of getting elected by the good people of St. Cloud and getting to join you all here in the House of Representatives. And I'll never forget my first day being a member, getting sworn into this chamber. I'm soaking it all in. I was told it was going to be a ceremonial day where, we go in and then we drink punch and eat cookies. And I was sitting right over there between Sydney and Jay and Aaron's desk. I've got Polly. Polly was, I think, 3 at the time. I'm holding Polly, just soaking it all in. And all of a sudden I hear, will Representative Wolgamott yield for a question? And I thought I was imagining things. And so I look up from Polly, and everyone's looking at me. And thankfully, Jay was like, Wolgie, say yes. And I was like, yes. And I don't know why it keeps coming back to you, Representative Nash, but Representative Nash was really curious what I thought about some change to the rules. And so thankfully, Representative Nash, you took about 5 minutes to ask your question, which gave me just enough time to get my bearings. And I went and grabbed the mic and I started talking, and Jay said, Wolgie, you got to stand up. So thanks for always having my back, Jay. I stood up, I answered the question as best I could. Unfortunately, Representative Nash wasn't satisfied with my response to the question, but it did land me a front page photo on the St. Cloud Times that day. So, thank you for that, Representative Nash. And with that, my baptism of fire in the Minnesota House was complete, and my time in office was underway. And I would just really like to share with you a few of the things that meant the most to me about some small ways where I was able to make a difference and make a change over my 8 years. I was very proud and grateful of the work that we were able to do in a bipartisan fashion when the COVID-19 pandemic broke out in 2020. It was a deep time of uncertainty, especially for our frontline workers, those who weren't able to work from Zoom or work from home. Our firefighters, our paramedics, our EMTs, our nurses, our police officers, our child care providers. And this chamber was able to come together and team up with all those frontline workers and pass a workers' compensation presumption. It was a new thing. We made a workers' compensation presumption so that for any of our frontline workers who contracted COVID-19, instead of having to prove that they got it on the job, because how can you do that? If a frontline worker got COVID-19, it was presumed that they got it on the job and they were automatically covered under workers' compensation. What a difference we made. What a life-changing difference that we made for the 360,000 frontline workers. That's how we make a difference. Something else I'm really proud of that's close to my community is the work that we were able to do with the special education cross-subsidy, which is the difference between the amount, it's a good thing, it's a good thing. The state mandates that every school district provides special education services, but unfortunately the state had only been covering about 5% of that cost, leaving a huge unfunded mandate, forcing our school districts to pit students against each other. It was not a good thing. And my first year, St. Cloud had one of the worst special education cross-subsidies. So I worked with Representative Davney, who was the chair at the time, to put forward a bill to do a slow ramp-up of aid. It started, would go 3% the next year, 6% the next year, 9%, 12%. I thought, okay, we're making an incremental difference. Even that couldn't pass. Tried it again the next year, that couldn't pass. Tried it again the year after that, that didn't pass. But we kept fighting, and this is what I want all of you to remember going forward. If you really believe in something, you gotta keep fighting for it. And then 2023 came along, and instead of a slow ramp up to 12%, we were able to get that number from 5% to 55%. And I want to thank Chair Joachim for working with me on that. What a difference we made for special education students and educators in school districts all across the state. That's how I made a difference. One last thing I want to share about making a difference that has been a true passion of mine is in the area of pensions and teacher pensions. You know, in Minnesota, we talk a lot about being an education state, but our teachers' pensions are not up to snuff compared to the surrounding states. And I was so proud to work with my friends on the Pensions Commission to make some changes to teachers' pensions, lowering their retirement age, reducing penalties for teachers who retire early. There's a lot of work to be done, but we made a difference for teachers. We got to remember that strong pensions equals strong schools. Those are just a few of the examples that are the most near and dear to my heart. And of course, the biggest thing is the improvements that have been made to St. Cloud. And I've loved serving on the bonding committee and the projects from improving roads in my district, the Herb Brooks Hockey Center, the Children's Museum, the MAC. Those are small things that I was able to make a change in St. Cloud that will make the nitty-gritty Grand City an even better place to live and work and raise a family for generations to come. And I would just ask each of you as we leave, do it. Reflect on what you've done to make a difference and what you've done to make a change, because that's what makes it such a special place to be here. I want to share some thank yous. I'm immensely grateful to the people of St. Cloud for sending me here not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. And every one of my campaigns that I ran, I set a goal of knocking on 10,000 doors. And so thanks everyone for opening up your door to me. It has been such an honor to be your voice here. And I'm proud to be able to look any one of my constituents in the eye and tell you that I gave 110%, our staff gave 110% to making your lives better. So thank you for that trust. I want to thank my amazing wife, Erica. She is the most brilliant, beautiful, smart, witty, supporting person that I've ever met. She is my rock, and she does so much to support my service and support our whole family. So thank you to Erica. I also want to thank my daughters, Lily and Polly, who are, like all of us, our children are the reasons why we do this work. We want to make the world a better place for them. And wow, I am just so proud of the young women that they have grown to be. And I know that their time here in the House of Representatives has shaped them and been instrumental to the women that they are growing into. They don't know anything else than being here in the House. And that's one thing that I'm really proud of, that I want to make sure continues, is how much of a children-friendly place this institution is. I'll never forget my first term. It was one of those days in 2019 where it's like negative 30 degrees and the school got canceled. I had no childcare. I thought, oh geez, I gotta bring my kids in. Everybody's probably gonna be cranky with me. But the exact opposite happened. You all stepped up, filling in with snacks and hugs and playing games and books. That's really special, and we need to continue to have a pro-family culture here in the house, letting kids on the floor, having snacks and games in the caucus room. That's a really good thing. So thank you all for the work that you have done to set an example and share love and compassion with Lily and Polly and help them grow into the women that they're being. I want to thank the class of 2018. We call ourselves the Majority Maker class. That's right, that's right, that's right. Give it up for 2018. I love you guys so much. You will forever be my brothers and sisters in service. When I look back on all of the absolutely unprecedented and unique situations that we have been in together, coming in as the only divided government with DFL House, GOP Senate, and the entire nation, coping with the fear and uncertainty of the global pandemic, the tragic murder of George Floyd, the amazing yet incredible responsibility of governing in a trifecta, sticking together as a team to deny quorum and pass a budget with a tied House, and of course, coming together as strong as we did to love each other and support each other and uplift each other with the loss of our beloved leader, Melissa Hortman. The bond that we all, as a class of 2018, and that we all have as a caucus, I really believe is unique in Minnesota history, and that will forever forge, no matter what any of us has to go for in our lives, that will forever forge ironclad, loving partnerships and relationships, and will forever be grateful for that. Of course, none of the work that I've been able to do or any of us have been able to do would be possible without our incredible staff at our side. And I don't know what I did to get so lucky, but I have just absolutely hit the jackpot with all of my legislative assistants. And I would like to start by thanking Tara. Tara was my first legislative assistant, and I will never forget our first day in session. We didn't know each other, we'd never met each other. We got assigned on the first day, and I met Tara in my office, and I had a million things to do. Tara had a million things to do. Neither of us knew what the heck we were doing, but we figured it out. And I was brand new, so I had all these ideas from doing baby letters and town halls and videos and all these things. And Tara was always ready to, to try any trick we could to serve the people of St. Cloud. And Tara, you have just, it's just been such an incredible honor to see you grow into such a strong pillar of this caucus ever since. So thank you, Tara. I also want to thank the other LAs that I've been grateful to have. Kyle, Leah, Elena, Chris, Drew, and Carl. I want to thank you all for the incredible work that you've done, constituent services, supporting the legislation. You are the true staples of why we've been able to accomplish so much here in the House. I also want to thank my incredible higher education team. Sean and Evelyn are just the dream team. What we've been through, running through committee, all of our negotiations, it's just so special. And I don't know what I did to get so lucky to have such amazing people at my side supporting this work, but I'm deeply, deeply grateful for that. And I hope that we will all continue to be as grateful as we should be for our staff. I'm glad that we share a lot of thanks, but we can't just say thanks to them in nice moments at the end of the year. We need to treat our staff with the respect that they deserve. And I have to admit that I have seen where some members don't always do that, unfortunately, where staff have been belittled or degraded in ways, and that cannot be acceptable going forward. We are so lucky to have these people who work countless hours, who could be out there making way more than they do. So please treat our staff with respect, not just on the last day of session, but every single day of the year with our actions. I want to thank the Gold Ties and the Sergeant at Arms teams for all that they do to keep us safe, especially what we've seen this last year and recent years with the rise of political violence that threatens the work that we do in our democracy, you are more important than ever. And you bring the warmth and the joy and the kindness to the job, but don't ever let those big smiles fool you. We have incredibly trained people who are willing to do whatever it takes to keep us safe. And for that, we thank you. You are the core of making sure that we can have a safe and functioning democracy here in the legislature. I also want to give a very special thanks to who I believe are the real unsung heroes of this Capitol, the maintenance crew, who, once we leave and we have all our papers and all of our trash and we leave the caucus room like a waste hazard disaster, should be fumigated. Those are the folks who come in day after day and put in the hard work to make sure that this place absolutely sparkles for the work that we do here on behalf of Minnesotans. I want to give an especial heartfelt thanks to our Chief Clerk, Patrick Murphy, and the entire Chief Clerk's office. Members, my favorite times here in these 8 years of the House were serving as the Speaker Pro Tem, and the hours and hours and hours that we spent up on that rostrum. For those who have done it, it's unlike anything that you've ever done in the world. It feels like you're flying a spaceship there's so many things happening all the time. And we have such an incredible crew that keep that ship afloat. And in addition to the knowledge and the expertise that they bring, they are so kind. And they're always looking out for us as members, bringing that kindness. And I just want to give a special recognition to the candy bowl. I mean, how would we function without that candy? Am I right? You know, as much as we like to go back and forth, I think it's hard to be really mad at each other when we're munching on our third Snickers bar. So thank you for that candy. And Pat, what an honor it has been to be your student. I've just so enjoyed learning about procedure and about leadership and about the rules from you. And some of my favorite times these last 8 years are when we've sat down in the retiring room and go through everything, and we just get into it. We go through all the procedures, and we'll go, oh my God, we've been in here for 6 hours. We better wrap it up. And then we proceed to go on for another hour and a half until, but no, Pat, you're a national treasure, and thank you for what you do for this institution and for our families. We love and appreciate you and are so grateful for you and your entire team. So thank you, Pat. Thank you. Last, I want to say thank you to Mark and Melissa and Gilbert Hortman for the light and love that they have brought to all of our lives. I miss them. I love them. I think about them every day. Melissa was brilliant. She was a master strategist. She was a courageous leader. She was tough as nails. She knew how to get things done. But the most important contribution that she made to this institution and that she has made to all of our lives was that she had a divine ability to see the humanity in each and every one of us. She knew that with all the bills, all the rules, all the back and forth, that we are human beings. And that was reflected in the work that she did. Melissa, before her time, the House would meet past God knows what hours. Melissa made it a priority and a new custom that the House not meet past midnight so that members and staff could get the rest that they need and deserve. Even in the midst of huge negotiations, I would always appreciate getting a text from Melissa and asking me to join her on a Target run so that she could get snacks to feed hungry members and staff. And I had just such cherished memories going with her and having fun thinking about what snacks our members would want to eat. And who remembers the legendary speaker snack cart, right? Melissa really saw the humanity in each and every one of us. And as we go forward in this House, I hope that for those of us who are leaving, whatever we have next, that we bring that humanity with us. I hope that for those of you who are staying here, that you keep that humanity with you and with this chamber, because as we continue to dive deeper and deeper into social media videos and artificial intelligence, we continue to get more and more dehumanized and to see each other as pawns and fodder for getting likes and clicks and all of that. So I really hope that you will remember Melissa Hortman and her legacy. She and Mark and Gilbert dedicated their lives to make a difference. They dedicated their lives to make a change. And may that change continue to live on in each and every one of us with that spirit of service and that spirit of humanity. Madam Speaker and members, I would like to close by sharing the most powerful blessing that I know, the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Lord, make the Minnesota House of Representatives an instrument of your will. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Thank you to the people of St. Cloud. Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It is an honor to be here on the House floor with all of you. It has been the great honor of my life to serve the people of Maple Grove, Corcoran, Rogers and Dayton in my first term, Medina, Greenfield, Loretto, Independence, and Maple Plain. It is an experience I never thought I'd have. I never thought I'd run for office, and I'm so grateful that Joyce Pepin, who I just supported her campaigns for many years, she stepped down and this opening came available on short notice, and here I am, and I never thought I'd have this chance. So it's an incredible blessing. And I especially want to say thank you at the beginning to my wonderful husband, Brent, and my parents, Dean and Joan Jacobson, my 3 daughters, Catherine, Lauren, and Lily. We did this as a family. And you all know how hard that is on families, and you all know the sacrifices everyone does to make you be able to be here. And so I'm so grateful for their love and support, and thank you that you're here. They were here the day I was sworn in, they're here again, always by my side and always praying for all of us. So let me tell you guys, they are here and they're in their late 80s, and God is never going to take them home because we need their prayers so much. So I wanted to also, at the beginning, thank all the staff. My LA's Rachel Eason. My very first LA is here, and I've had tremendous LAs, Chris Mulcahy, Betsy Ritzer, Caitlin Miller, and Curtis Peterson right now. Curtis has had a big agenda with being my LA and also being the CLA for the Fraud Committee, and he's done a great job. And all of our research staff, all of the partisan and nonpartisan staff who make the committees work, who turn our ideas into legislation, the revisor's office, of course, my dear friend and mentor, Patrick Murphy, who I can't thank you enough for being the guardian of this institution. And we're grateful. He has kept this place on the rails for more than 40 years. Politicians come and go. but the institution of the House, the strength of this body matters to the people of Minnesota, and Patrick never wavers in his commitment to the institution. And I really am grateful for that. And to all your staff, you're amazing. Thank you for all the late hours. We leave at midnight, they're still here for many hours after us, so we really appreciate it. And to other people, I've thanked the Gold Ties, the Sergeant's Office, thank you for all you do, and to the state troopers who are here with us all the time. And someone who hasn't been mentioned as much, but the Pages and Tom Hoeing, really building the next generation through the House Page program, through our internship program. I really am so grateful for that leadership and that investment in the future of our state. And then to the House librarians, I don't know if you're watching, but I am a geek and I'm a frequent flyer at the library, and they are always there for me, getting articles, getting things that I haven't been able to find, and I'm so grateful for the support of that staff. I have loved this work. I'm a geek. I really love the policy. I love the detail. And it's just been such an honor to be able to be here and have an influence on legislation, having served mostly in the minority. I didn't have major bills that passed. I had a few, but most of it was working across the aisle and saying, can this piece of a bill, can this set of languages get added into stuff that you guys were carrying? And I'm so grateful for the partnership in that, because collectively our ideas are better together, and that you were willing to work with us. And you know, we had disagreements, but we fought through it. So to Sandra and the cell phone policy bill, thank you. I think that really matters for the kids in the schools in our state. Kelly on the MinCorps and on domestic violence issues that we worked on, thank you. Kristin Bonner, thank you for your partnership for all things Maple Grove and our community, and on the social media stuff. It's been great. So, and to my colleagues on this side, like, it has been such a joy to get to know you, to be in the fight with you in the minority all these years. We have made a difference. We have showed Minnesotans the debate of ideas matters, and it will always matter. And I really care about this institution. So I'm not going to go through all the different bills where things pass, but the one that stands out to me the most are the constituent service things, the things for the firefighters, the things in pensions, the things where you move the needle for someone just by calling a meeting with an agency because they don't know how to navigate the bureaucracy. So to all my constituents, I'm so grateful. My best bill ideas came from my constituents. They are in the real world and they have things that weren't working and they wanted to know what we could do to fix it. And I'm so grateful for my constituents and the great communication, the great support I've had from them all these years. There's a lot I want to say about this place. So I really think Minnesotans were at a crossroads, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to have shared the vision of freedom and individual liberty, wrapped up, or not really wrapped up, but supported by the institutions that our founders created 250 years ago. And we cannot have individual liberty and flourishing without the institutions that are created. Divided government is a good thing. Executive branch, legislative branch, judicial, layers of government, federal, state, local, county, that diverse, diffuse power is what enables freedom. And the more that power concentrates, the less free we will become. And so I'm, in this last speech, want to just ask you guys to keep that in mind. Diffuse power and as close to the local level as possible is the best way to safeguard freedom. And the danger when we get here is we think government should be the solution, because this is our workplace, and we think, oh, well, we have to solve that. But really, the more we can think about how we can get solutions to the public, to our communities, to our local governments, that will preserve freedom for our people and for flourishing, because the best ideas aren't from here. Government is not the savior. We, the people, the best ideas are out there, and the risk takers, the business owners, the parents, the school teachers, the people in our communities who are knit together and coming up with the genius ideas, the things that transform the world. We can support that, and we always should have a safety net, and we should always take care of the elderly and the disabled and have a foundation, but it shouldn't become a trap. It should be a springboard, not a trap. And I just encourage you in all your work here to always think very carefully about the layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy we are building. State government has exploded. In the 8 years I've served, the size of the state government, just our layer, state government, has grown 48%. It's not sustainable, and it's too big to manage. And that's what the lesson of the fraud committee is. State government has exploded so much we can't manage all these programs. They're duplicative. They're taking taxpayers' money that could be in their own pockets, helping their families and communities. Instead, we're funding this edifice that we cannot support financially, and it cannot support us. It's overtaking us instead of being under us. So I just encourage you as you go forward to think about how we can devolve power, how we can have more of the work done in our communities, not here. Don't grow bureaucracy. Help communities find their own solutions and get behind what they are doing. And I've got too many notes. As always, my desk looks like this. I think I'll just end with how much it's been an honor. I've made lifelong friends here I never thought I would have. Shout out to Barb Haley, if you're watching. She's my ride or die buddy, and we've done a lot of life together. Good things, bad things. As you know, she experienced a deep tragedy. But these friendships are real, and continue to invest in them. Continue, I know you guys think I'm a geek, but go to Civility Caucus, people. It's so important. I mean, that's how Sandra and I became friends, and it's so important for the institution that you know each other as people, that you look beyond the labels, you look beyond the committee debates, and you say, oh, you have kids the same age, or you have this going on in your district, or we went to the same school. That's how I got to be good friends with Ray Dean. We both had gone to WashU. How random is that? But so invest the time. We're all so busy, but take the time once a month, just once a month, to show up, get to know your colleagues, go to karaoke night. Rapinski, I am tasking you with carrying on the karaoke tradition. And that's how we will strengthen this institution, because if we know each other as people, there will be the trust that Sandra talked about, and that's how we'll get through the hard negotiations and the difficulty. So I hope Civility Caucus continues beyond Sandra and I. It really will make this a better place. And I encourage you to limit the bills. This institution is so great, but it's kind of gotten on steroids in my 8 years since I've been here. And the best work happens in committee, where you're really wrestling and talking. But if you've got 10 bills on the agenda and 2 minutes or 3 minutes for each one, you're not having the real conversations about getting to the nub of the issue and how we're going to make things better for Minnesotans. So there are institutional ways other legislatures do this to limit the number of bills, or to make sure everybody gets one bill in a floor debate. There are many models out there, and I just encourage as an institution that we focus on the details like that. So, my friends, It has been an incredible honor. I hope to stay in touch with you. I know you will continue to do good work for the state of Minnesota. And I'll always be here cheering you on. And my last thank you is to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I haven't spoken a lot about my faith here, but that's what motivates me and drives me. First my faith, then my family. And the verse I wanted to share with you, which it's not my life verse, but it has helped me for 8 years. 2 Corinthians 12:19. One thing I forgot to say, I've never had a job that breaks your heart. This place has broken my heart so many times where I drive home crying. But it's worth it. It is worth it to wrestle that hard. So keep doing that. But here's the verse, sorry. And I think it's for me, but I think it's for all of us. My grace is sufficient for you. My power is made perfect in weakness. So therefore, I will boast in my weakness, because that will bring greater glory to the Lord. So you guys are the best. Keep working hard. Keep shining. Keep fighting for limited government. Ronald Reagan said, I love this quote from Reagan, man is not free unless government is limited. This is a cause and effect as neat and predictable as the laws of physics. As government expands, liberty contracts. Please take that to heart. God bless you guys.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and would Representative Nash do me the honor of taking the pencil, the Dan Fabian-like pencil, and if I go over time, feel free to wave it at me or throw it if needed. It feels a little weird here today, but it is a speech where I don't have to worry about getting gavelled down. I don't have to worry about a point of order being called. And I don't have to worry about the phrase I feared most for the last 7 years, will Representative Novotny yield for a question? Serving in this House has been an honor, one of the greatest honors of my life. It's been an educational experience. For example, I learned that a short meeting can turn into 2 hours. A simple technical bill can drag out forever. I will not forget the time that then Sergeant-at-Arms pulled me aside in one of the first nights, and he said, just remember, Paul, everything may have been said, but not everyone has said it. I will also remember when the great living legend, former Representative Tony Albright, who sat in this chair right here, pulled me aside on the first night and he said, look at that board. Your name is on the board with about 5,000 other representatives, and nothing can ever change that. You were on that board. And I hope to get that nameplate, and it's been an honor. Legislating is a lot like the 33 years I spent in law enforcement, so it seems like a natural transition. In both jobs, you get called at all hours of the night. You have to deal with stressful situations, and you get blamed for things that you didn't do and that you had no control over. One of the things I quickly realized during these legislative debates and how similar they are to police work is that everybody knows how to do their job better than you. Everyone tells you what you should have done after the fact. And everyone is an expert. I think about, it's all a matter of how you look at things. I threw less interceptions in pro football than Brett Favre did. I didn't throw any because I never played in a game, but it all depends how you look at it. So it's all a matter of perspective. Just like patrol work in the legislature, you run on caffeine and emotions and junk food, and most of the times you feel you wish you hadn't have eaten most of what you did. And I'll spend this next 3 months losing my traditional end of session 20 pounds. To the health staff, especially the clerk staff, for the ones that we see, like everyone else, I have nothing but just such inspirational leadership that we have drawn from Chief Clerk Patrick Murphy. But I also see the rest of the clerks, the ones that we see here, the ones in back, like Joanne, who's been such an inspiration, and have to put up with a bunch of over-caffeinated, stressed-out legislators hanging out in their workspace. Imagine you have your workspace, and then for sometimes hours or long nights, you have to give up your workspace because people invade it. And thank you for putting up with us and making everything work. To the constituents, thank you for having the faith in me. Thank you for sending me here, and it's been an honor to serve you. To the thank yous that I need to get out, obviously the the clerk staff, as I said, my colleagues. There's way too many colleagues. I will skip someone, but I feel that I need to call out the Cop Caucus, Badal Duran, Terry Steer, Jeff Whitty, the retired Cop Caucus of Brian Johnson and Matt Grossel, who were here with me when I started. Their inspiration has been always remembered, and I hope that I was able to pass something on to them and that they can represent you going forward. Representative Moller, you, as I said before, have been a fair opponent at times, always a fair opponent, and a patient co-chair. You made me a better legislator. To my base, I had the absolute blessing of having the same LA and the same committee person that I worked with and the same person next to me for most of the time. I had Mary McNamara as my LA my whole time. And I like to say that it's because I was the low maintenance representative. So I took care of myself, and she didn't have to be stressed out, and she could work with other staff and new staff. John Hallquist, who is an institution unto himself, who he was my walk-in Google. I can't tell you how many times he has reminded me of things I said or ideas that I had, and by the time I say it, I've forgotten it, but he remembers it. And how many times he's pulled out a folder, is like, no, that like the third meeting in the public safety last year, you said this, and I'm like, my gosh, that sounds like something I would have said, but that's a great idea. We should do something about that. And the one legislator I will call out is Nathan Nelson, who I have always shared at least a wall with. The last 2 years, I shared a cubicle thing. Nathan and I have become elk hunting partners, and I'd just like to thank you for not showing some of the videos that you took of what I was doing to my wife's truck, and all the times that you said, boy, if Nikki only knew what her truck was being put through. I'm sorry. It's my truck now. I inherited it. So, to my family, my daughters, Emily. Emily is my oldest daughter. She is my political confidant and campaign manager, and I wouldn't be here for her had she not strongly encouraged me against my will to be here. My younger daughter, Shelby, who's got the heart of a true servant. She was a teacher for a while, and now she's doing community relations engaged last weekend. I look forward to seeing what her life will become. To my future grandbaby, which we will have somewhere on or about July 4th. You've inspired me to make decisions like walk away from here. Finally, my wife, Nicole, I can't wait to run away with you, do things, and finally be retired. I don't know how good I'll be at that, but I will try. To former Representative Nick Zerwas, who lied to me. Nick, in his very gruff voice, said, "It'll be fun." It, for the most part, has not been fun, but it has been rewarding. It has been an honor to be here. I am happy that I answered the call, and I'm more than happy to be handing it off to someone else. To Speaker Demuth, thank you for giving me a gavel. I hope I made a difference. And for everyone else, peace out.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve my community in this body with you. Thanks to my constituents for putting your trust in me to represent you, and to the volunteers who helped me get here 4 times. To my family and friends for their love, sacrifice, and support, especially over some very difficult moments. A special shout out to my son who's here today, and my dad who has watched every single committee hearing and floor session, and sometimes he pays more attention to the floor sessions than I do and asks me questions afterward that I cannot answer. Thank you also to all who have mentored me and taught me about your diverse and vibrant communities across this state. Thank you also to Melissa Hortman for her mentorship and leadership. And, some of us wear these buttons that are orange buttons from LiUNA that say simply the best. And I don't know if everybody knows this story, but she was given an award and they played that as her walk-up song, and she thought that was a bit much. And yesterday when I got in the car to come here for the last day of session, my Spotify was on a random mix, and that song came on. So I know that she has been here with us. Working together to craft policies to benefit Minnesotans has been more rewarding than I could have ever imagined. I've worked with so many of you across the aisle, especially on gender-based violence issues, and really enjoyed working with Chair Novotny, who had much patience with me as well. Also, shout out to my Majority Makers class. We can't let the Corona class have all the fun today. And of course, this work could never have happened without our incredible staff, both partisan and nonpartisan. You are true public servants who give so much to this important work. The first time I visited this Capitol building, I was a law student and a girl from Indiana who had decided to move to Minnesota with my fiance, Kevin, who's also from Minnesota. I had the feeling that I would work in this building. Running for office was not a goal, so I don't know why I felt that way, and I didn't even know what I really wanted to do after law school. But I was filled with the excitement of planting roots in this beautiful state and being open to the possibilities ahead. Minnesota, you have exceeded my expectations and given me more than I could have ever imagined. Minnesota's beauty was the first thing that hooked me, but Minnesota's people are the reason why I never want to move, and the reason that I have been so proud to serve in this legislature. Minnesotans are hardy, hardworking, and kind, even if sometimes a little passive-aggressive. And my son just told me the other day that a comment I made was passive-aggressive, so I guess I fit right in now. The Minnesotans I most admire welcome immigrants, respect our tribal nations, embrace people as they are, fight for equity and justice, and care for their communities. We saw the best of Minnesotans over the last year, even though there were so many horrible things. After the events of June 14th, we were comforted by Minnesotans who reached out to us, who attended the vigil for Mark and Melissa, and who paid their respects to them and Gilbert in the rotunda. We saw the best from the Annunciation families, who experienced unimaginable tragedy, yet showed up here with hope and courage, even though this body ultimately let them down. And then there were the thousands of Minnesotans who helped their neighbors during an attack by the federal government. These Minnesotans stood up for constitutional rights and for each other. Whether you are retiring or not, I implore you to find the courage that these Minnesotans displayed. Our nation is sliding away from the very democracy that we are celebrating on this 250th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. History will not be kind to those of us who almost had courage. And I've actually seen that courage in many of you as you protected your communities during the recent occupation, and some on both sides of the aisle who spoke out against the racial profiling that happened. Members on both sides of the aisle also spoke out about the harm that Minnesotans would experience from H.R. 1 before it passed in Congress. And courage was on display when the vast majority of this body in 2021 passed a resolution that condemned the January 6th insurrection and affirmed this body's support for democracy, rule of law, and free and fair elections. Members, more of that, please. Let's continue to muster that courage in the months and years ahead. In the story of the emperor's new clothes, every person in that crowd could see that the emperor wasn't wearing any clothes. They were afraid to be the one to tell him. Then a child said the plain truth out loud. Members, we are that crowd. Will we be the brave one to say the plain truth out loud? As this chapter of my life comes to an end, I'm filled with the gratitude by what this state has given me. When I exit this chamber, I will have the same excitement and hope that I had as that young woman who first walked into this building not knowing what was next. But whatever that is, I will be rooting for all of us to find that courage to be that child in the crowd who says the truth out loud. And finally, as I wear my Claddagh ring, I will be reminded of you and this place. The Claddagh is an Irish symbol. It has a heart with hands holding it and a crown on top. It's the symbol of friendship, love, and loyalty. I will think about the many friendships that I've made here. I will think about my love of this institution. And I will think about the loyalty that we have to our state and federal constitutions. And with that, Mr. Speaker, members, Minnesota, thank you.
I recognize the member from Stearns, the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, Speaker Lisa Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members in this chamber, we are all part of history. This 94th session of the legislature with a tie is absolute history that will go down forever. If you remember, the tie in '79 only lasted 1 year. We beat them. We made it through 2 entire years to do this legislative session together. And I'm actually really, really proud of that, because that means, maybe to the disappointment of all of us, it means, though, that everything that was passed out of this chamber and signed into law had to be bipartisan. There was no way through it. Those are lessons that I was hoping Melissa Hortman and I could have insisted would carry on in this place. Not a tie again, just to be very clear, not a tie again. But my hope for the future of the House of Representatives is we would learn to do this a little bit better together, because the voters insisted on it. That meant that we had to negotiate from day one in committees. That's something I hope all of the representatives that come along next will learn from, that it is possible. Even when it seems impossible, it is absolutely possible if we work together. I have much gratitude and thankfulness to the people that support the work, as we've all heard that from our perspective. First, I want to thank my family. Although they didn't campaign alongside of me every step of the way like a lot of you had from your families, they did what was necessary. My husband, Nick, is a great truck driver for parades because he doesn't walk parades. Very good truck driver. You've heard that I have 4 adult kids and 7 grandkids. When I was first elected in 2019, we had 3 grandkids, and we've added to those. One being just over a year ago, where we had a paper push, and I was presiding, coming from the hospital with my family, with my daughter, presided and left and made it in time for that baby's birth. I didn't make all the track meets for my grandkids. I didn't make all the lacrosse games. But a lot of times I would join by FaceTime, because my husband allowed that. He would just FaceTime me in. And those are the sacrifices. But I know everyone in this chamber, all 134 of us, and those that have gone on before us, we made those sacrifices because we believe in Minnesota. We believe that we could make things better when our constituents send us to this place. And I know that is absolutely possible. I also want to thank my mom, who watched almost every committee when I was first elected. And I would get a text message in the middle of just the occasional bill presentation saying, "I like your hair, that's a nice outfit. I have some political questions for you." That has continued on. She knows all of you by name. And no matter what time we finish, and I'm grateful that it's not past midnight, except for one time, Mr. Speaker, slightly after midnight. But I would get a text message, even last night as we wrapped things up, and she said, "I know you have a few more things to do, but you need to call me. I've got questions." So at 1 o'clock this morning, I called my mom, who was still up, and I said, "Okay, what are your questions?" And she needed to know some things. I was getting text messages, "Why are you laying bills on the table? That doesn't make sense. You have a deadline." I also know that her hero is Pat Murphy. I do know that, and we've taken pictures for her, because my mom was so concerned about Mr. Murphy during COVID, when you had to call the names, and how would your voice handle calling all of those names. She also thought when we were in the chamber that he stood the entire time. And I said, "No, he has a chair, he can sit." But you know, and we know, and this is kind of funny because our family was not political before I entered this realm at all. We didn't follow things closely. We were conservative, we always voted, but we weren't in the depths of what it meant to be involved at the grassroots level. And we've all grown because of that, and that is a very good thing. Every one of you in this place, along with me, I know we are doing this for the future, and we can't stop with that. I want to thank our staff, partisan for getting us through. And you know, I've always said there's no crying in politics. There's a lot of crying in politics, actually. And it's out of gratitude. It's fighting those hard fights when we didn't think we would make it all the way through, and we did. And for Kevin, my friend, who always visits me at the rostrum, the Star Tribune needs to get an updated picture of us. To Sean, and the work that we did in those rooms, there were 6 people in those rooms. Actually, there's 8, but there were 6 people when we were in the tie trying to figure out a way forward. And at times that it didn't think that we would be able to do it. Andrew and Sean, you were witnesses. Pat, you were witnesses that somehow we made it through. All those things we can't talk about. That club that we're in, we made it through. Leader Stevenson, we came in together, proud class of the majority makers, as I've heard from my college. Hold on. There were 5 Republicans. There may have been 35 of y'all, but we were really happy to be here. Leader Stevenson, you stepped up to lead your caucus this year, and we made it through. We didn't see eye to eye, and we did the work for the people of Minnesota. That's what needs to be remembered. So thank you. Our nonpartisan staff, even you've heard different people call out, but our research, our revisers, HR, because they are very important. Budget and accounting, those that don't normally get mentioned, thank you. And when we don't have to contact you, that's usually a pretty good thing for some of that. I remember when I came in 2019 and we were on that, the tour that we had on the Thursday after the election, everybody coming in really tired. We walked into this chamber and I heard you're one of 5,000 people that has ever had the responsibility and the opportunity to serve in this role. And I didn't take that lightly. From that day, that very first day, walking in as a newly member-elect, I said, if I ever lose the awe for what this place means and what it stands for, I need to be done. I have not lost the awe for this place. I want to continue carrying it forward because what it means to our state and the future that we can continue to build on this. When I became minority leader in 2023, Melissa called me and she said, I'd like to meet with you weekly. And I said, you don't even need my votes. Why do you want to do that? She said, and this is her leadership. Again, we did not agree politically, but she said, we'll get to know each other personally as people, and then we'll get to do the work. And that has stood out for me. She's the only speaker I served under. That has absolutely stood out to me, and that's something I want to continue carrying forward. As you've heard from other members already say, when we get to have those conversations and get to know each other, it makes us do the work better when it's hard and when it's easy. So continue that going forward. The chief clerk puts out this thing with all of our names. I don't know how many people grab it, but I have this at home. I have it in both of my offices in my bag. All DFL, all Republican. I also have it from 2025 with different names on. But I have it, the new one, because I pray for every person that's listed on here, even when we don't agree. And I will continue doing that forward. Before I close, there's a verse in Nehemiah that has given me life and strength, and it is, the joy of the Lord is my strength. That's what allows me to smile. That's what allows me to come in and do the hard work every day. People have said, how do you have energy? And I said, I don't know, but the joy of the Lord is my strength. I want to encourage you to leave any place that you touch better than you found it. And that's working with people that you both agree with and disagree. It has been my honor to serve the people of District 13A. It has been my honor to serve in this chamber, and it has been my honor to serve as Speaker of the Minnesota House. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So I was told that we have 2 minutes per year that we've served, and I'll just say perish the thought if I speak for 24 minutes. Come slap me up if that happens, because you know, if you know me, you know what I think about long floor speeches. I just want to share a bit from the heart here, and I'll start by sharing how I got to this place in the very beginning. Because a little over 12 years ago, I was happily teaching school, teaching first grade, and it was a spring, it was a Saturday afternoon, beautiful sunny day, and probably in May. And a neighbor from down the street came knocking on my door. Little know that I didn't even know that he was the chair of our BPOU, and I didn't even know what a BPOU was at that time. But anyway, came knocking at my door. I stepped outside and chatted with him, and he starts talking about this and that. I'm thinking, why is he here talking to me? And pretty soon he says, have you ever considered running for office? He was talking about running for the Minnesota House. And in my mind, I thought, are you crazy? Because no, I had not. And I, quite honestly, had never thought about it. But after speaking to him, I told him, well, I will think about it, I'll pray about it over the summer, and I'll let you know in the fall. And that's what I did. And I went from no way to in the fall saying, yes, I will do this. And the thing that tipped me over the edge of doing it is my over 750 kids, all of my former students, because I knew that I wanted them to have the same opportunities and freedoms that I've had growing up. And so now here I am 12 years later. And time flies, I guess. So here's some words I've thought of. And by the way, it's been an honor to serve these 12 years. But here's some words that I think come to my mind when I think of these 12 years serving. Privilege, it's a privilege. An honor, joy, fulfilling, fun, frustrating. We all know that. I'll just share a moment of fun. Former Representative Dennis Smith used to have a candy jar on his desk, and he had a thing about don't reach into there, use this cup. And it was a very strong feeling on his part. And so I got a bunch of those rubber work gloves and brought a whole bunch of them here, and we had a whole bunch of us stick them on and come around ready to grab into his candy bucket and get a picture. It was quite fun. Frustrating, well, those long, endless floor speeches, I could say. So I'll share with you a high moment. I would say, I'd have to say it was just a few days ago when that anti-grooming bill passed. That was amazing to me and definitely a high moment. Most interesting moment? Well, I served on the bonding committee for a couple terms, and one of our stops was the Hennepin County Coroner's Building. And those of you who were there with me, maybe you remember this, but we went up into this observation room. Leon's shaking his head, yes. And I won't get into the details for you, but they did inform us that some people faint when they go in that room. So we observed things that I thought it was super interesting. So yeah, that's weird, but I love that biology and so on. Funniest moment, a number of years ago, we used to have our retiring speeches after we gabbled out at midnight. So you can imagine going for a few hours after that. Yes, it was very tiring. And I remember very well, we're going on, and people are really tired. And somewhere back in here, former Representative Tony Albright, he was up there, but now he's not there anymore. But all of a sudden we hear this, during a speech, this thunk. And I turn around and look, and all we see are Tony Albright's shoes and his fancy socks that he wears sticking up in the air because he had flipped over backwards in his chair. Those of you who are here probably remember that. It was a funny moment. My low moment, those long, endless floor speeches. If I could be remembered for one thing, I guess two things. One would be remember that I truly care. And the second thing is to be remembered as a bridger of gaps, because we have gaps in this state. We have gaps between the left and the right. We have gaps between rural and metro, urban, suburban, rural. And we don't have to compromise our principles to bridge those gaps. I won't compromise on my principles, and you shouldn't have to either, but we can seek to understand and listen and respect and fill those gaps and find solutions that actually work to fix problems. So those are things I would like to be remembered for. I end this with mixed emotions, these 12 years, because part of me really wants to go on. There's so much more to do. And I've had many people in my own district and even up here say, won't you go on? And I've determined, I've been a believer in term limits from the start coming into this. I've even carried legislation on term limits. I've done this for 12 years. I know it's not supposed to be a career. Our founding fathers never meant it to be a career. So I'm term limiting myself at 12 years. It's no judgment on anybody who goes longer, but for me, to stand on my principles, I need to do that. So it's been a tough decision. I want to say thank you. Thank you to, first I'll start with just staff, LAs, our media writers, our committee administrators. I especially want to say thank you to Jody Withers. Worked with him from the beginning on education. He's been amazing. Great example of a committee administrator. I don't know, Jody, your brain must be in this high IQ area because I don't know how you do all that. But you've been amazing. Also, John Holquist, another one committee administrator I've worked with that just, there are so many I could go on and I won't name any more names so that I don't leave people out. But also our nonpartisan research. I think of especially Tim Strom and Christina Pera, who I've worked with on education. They've been amazing. Other staff, well, first of all, I have to say our chief clerk, Patrick Murphy, all of you up there, all of the Sergeant-at-Arms staff people, our troopers. It's amazing, and we could not do this without you. So thank you. And then just to all my colleagues, my friends, you've become family. It's hard to leave that, but it's been amazing. So thank you. And I just want to close by reading what has been my life scripture since probably my early college years. And I want to share this with you. It's from the 37th Psalm, starting with verse 3. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and befriend faithfulness. Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will act. He will bring forth your righteousness as the light and your justice as the noonday. So thank you to everybody, both in this chamber and without. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with you and to serve my local communities. And I'll just say, this is never goodbye. It's just see you later. So thank you.
Finishing his 7th term, I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Get comfy, boys. So, as with most things my family knows, I have no idea where this speech is going to go. I don't know where it's going to end, and you're just going to be along for the ride, so let's just see how this goes. A couple of housekeeping items. Leader Niska, thank you, because my idea for Sine Die was the right thing in March, and you finally made that happen. And to Chris McCall, who pointed out, yes, I do have the ability to go up to midnight, and we'll see how this goes today. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to give my final speech on the House floor. I rise to acknowledge my time has passed, and the path ahead is not a roundabout where I will make a U-turn. But I want to start with a couple things that I've learned. As many of you know, Chief Clerk Pat Murphy's office is a repository for all things in the legislature. And the towering stacks of information rival the Library of Congress. But I am here to tell you that despite seeing a Bedouin shepherd leave there, the Dead Sea Scrolls are not, in fact, in your office, Pat. Members, there is no gold star for introducing the most bills. Just saying the revisers are people too. And in all of my time here, I have never seen a bill introduced on the last day that is considered for action. So pro tip, if you're introducing a bill on the last day to cover up for a really bad earlier, that really bad vote's still going to be on your record forever. The buffet choices run by Eric at the snack shop rival most of the good restaurants that I've been to. And the House of Representatives is designed to be a forum for disagreement. And the Mason Manuals is our guide for discussion and procedures. It is designed to encourage debate, not stifle it. So members, when you're thinking of reaching for that Masons, maybe just reach across the aisle. Many people I have looked to, or many people here have looked at these 3 seats with much desire. Lots of room back here, lots of privacy. It's like we have the best place. But I have to tell you, my experience here has not been one of greatness. It has been a lot of disruption. You see, I'm an incredibly serious and focused individual who speaks a lot, sometimes 2 or 3 times on every issue. And Representative Swedzinski and Representative Schumacher are the most disruptive, difficult human beings that you could ever serve with. They're jokes, and they're just not funny. Just telling you. To you two, my friends, thank you for keeping me grounded. I didn't know how to be a legislator when I was elected. I've made many career choices by the mantra, how hard can it be? In fact, I was working at home, transitioning from one of my many great career ideas, and I read that redistricting was happening and leaving the area that I lived in without a sitting legislator. So I announced loudly, sitting from my home office, I should run for office. I was saying this with the same seriousness that anybody might say, hey, I should clean the garage. My wife, the smart, good-looking one in the relationship, said, yes, you should do that. What I heard was, yeah, good luck with that, rock star. Remember how you promised to clean the garage? And I said, well, I will. I fired off an email to the local newspaper. Within 60 minutes, the press release was out. Suddenly, I was getting a lot of attention. I was elected in 2013, and I sat right there. And I thought to myself, how hard can it be? This is one of the most challenging, emotional, exhausting, disappointing, and rewarding endeavors I've ever taken on. But one lesson I learned quickly is best summarized by one of my favorite authors, David Brooks. Success leads to the greatest failure, which is pride. Failure leads to the greatest success, which is humility. And learning, in order to fulfill yourself, you have to forget yourself. Members, I'm not special, nor should I ever consider myself more than a member of 134 at any given session. I would love to tell you about the accomplishments I did, but I didn't do those. It was the will of the body. And I carried ideas that were here many, many times before me. Serving the legislature should be an exercise in public service and sacrifice. We have all complimented the nonpartisan staff for the work they've accomplished and the manner in which they conduct themselves. To date, I am not aware of any ethics complaints against any nonpartisan staff. My education team interaction with Mr. Strom, Ms. Para, and Ms. Beckel have always 100% of the time been knowledgeable, accommodating, and immensely professional. No matter the issues or the questions, these individuals always treated us members with respect and patience. They were present in the moment, and they always set themselves aside. I'm sure they have opinions, and I'm sure the fatigue and emotions affect them. But despite the labor laws they have broken time and time again, they give us a great example to follow. They always set themselves aside and never ask for credit. In the House of Representatives, we too often make this about ourselves. I don't ever see nonpartisan staff checking their hair and their iPad before they do a video. I don't ever see them coming up with the best zinger lines. Instead, they do their darndest to make us look good. And we should reciprocate by lifting up the many labor laws and hours you have broken to bring our constituents a better product. My friends, pride blinds us to the reality of our divided nature. Pride blinds us to our own weaknesses and misleads us into thinking we are better than ourselves. Pride deludes us into thinking that we are above reproach. We are the authors of legislation that affect other people, and the greatest accomplishments we have is to make a difference for someone else. So today, I am fortunate enough to give my retirement speech. I've listened to many speeches in the past from people who I have immense respect, and I've always wondered what this moment would be like. It's interesting. I'm lucky to stand on the shoulders of previous members like Representative Joe Hoppe, who taught me to pass good legislation and not peddle legislation. Representative Sarah Anderson, who sat next to me in my first session, who always helped me bridle my enthusiasm and to be deliberate. And many times as I was getting ready to vote, my family and my daughters who were watching all the time would text in and say, Dad, we don't care how you're going to vote. How's Representative Anderson going to vote? Representative Davids, who reminded me of the power of forgiveness. Former Education Chair Jen Loon, who showed me that calm and cool is powerful. And Roger Erickson, my first DFL roommate, he sat in the back row, I sat over there, and we got to know each other in committee. And the reason Representative Green and Representative Vernig and others that I say we shouldn't sit next to each other in committee, because Roger and I would sit next to each other. We'd sit down in committee, and he would hand me the salmon sheet. I would hand him my sheet. We'd look at it and go, oh, that's what you're going to do? Okay. How about a Twins game tonight? Or we would go fishing, or we would go hunting. And the funny thing was, I know the researchers, you're brilliant. I've seen your sheets, you've seen ours. We know what's coming because we need to talk to each other. And I learned so much from those interactions. The bigness of this place has taught me that humility is a raw reminder that being human is about enduring struggles, and recognizing my weaknesses leads to strength. I am thankful to the many people who share their stories and experiences. I am thankful that I was able to listen and learn. The greatest gift of being a legislator is being a sponge and absorbing all the information and all the people. Time and time again, people handed me their stories and their challenges, and I carried their burden the best I could. I was never the hero. I was simply a ferry pilot who helped them get from one side of the river to the other. And to those travelers that I ferried, they paid me by leaving a little bit of themselves with me that allowed me to be a better person. So there are so many people that I have to thank. I'm going to start with Speaker Lisa Demuth, who to me was Lisa and a friend, and her husband, who thank you, Nick, for giving us a time with, oh, there you are. And Nick paid my daughter $10 to go up one time at a restaurant. It was the funniest moment ever, in a spot that she wasn't supposed to go, but Ainsley is one of your biggest supporters and admirers. So thank you for that. And thank you for allowing me to be an education chair, because frankly, if you knew my past, you would have never had to take me off committee, because you would have never put me on committee. So I'm very grateful that that moment happened. Jody Withers, oh my gosh, she's just my Buddha of education and committee administrator. You always said you wanted me to look good. Thank you. Gene Coddington, who gave me treats, John Prine, medicine, and humor. Cindy and Jennifer, who shared the grandparents' morning gossip corner with me when I came in early with my coffee. Thank you. And Janelle Boca, I would have retired 2 sessions ago, but you reminded me I still had value left. So to the constituents who elected me and trusted me, thank you for choosing me to be your servant. And by the way, if the Irishman up front wasn't so astute with voice recognition, one of my daughters would have been able to do a proxy vote during COVID. I'm very thankful to my good friend, Senator Jeff Howe, who came in with me. We were elected in 2013, and our families have grown together. And no offense to a couple members in here, but we were the original 2 couple from the Senate and the House, and we didn't have to do it through matrimony. Finally, to my wife, Wendy, and my children, Alexander, Amelia, Eliza, Ainsley, thank you for the support you have given me. Your wavering love and support were simply amazing. You lifted me up when I needed a hand, and you pulled me back down when I got ahead of myself. And yes, we will run away, my first wife and I, and we are going to do amazing things. To the loyal opposition, Chair Joachim and all my education members, yes, we fought, we talked, we agreed, we disagreed. I wish that we'd had a little earlier time as we worked things out a couple sessions ago, because I think we were really pulling it all together, and there's amazing work to be done. So members, leaving the harbor is scary, but I am so looking forward to the next opportunities. Thank you.
Finishing his 8th term, the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Democrats in this room, Republicans in this room, the people are watching. And I was reminded of that most mornings when I was late for committee and my mom would call and say, "Chris, where are you? I'm looking at your seat and you're not there." It was just a couple times, but it wasn't all the time. But that is true. And I was thinking about, as everyone was sharing their thoughts of their careers tonight, or this afternoon, about recruiting candidates. And oftentimes when we joke that oftentimes the candidate you recruit, the spouse, the husband, or the wife, would be the better candidate. And when I think and I look across this room, and I look at my wife, Jessica, you would be the better candidate. You're a great mom. You're a great wife. You're a great partner. Thank you. I would recommend each of you thank your spouse if you have one. And if you need to get one, go get one. Because they'll be better than you. And I want to thank my 3 daughters, Winifred and Hildy and Adeline. You are beautiful women. Those girls grew up on this house floor. And to my sons, Harry and Crosby, man, you make me look good. Thank you. You guys are great young men. You have, all 5 of you children have a great future. To my parents, for a mom who is always willing to call and call me out, and who helped shape me to the young man that I am. And one of the stories that you often hear living a life on a farm, growing up in the 80s, is my mom did a lot of work with a group called Birthright. And I can remember a number of years ago, this time of year, she got a graduation invitation. And that graduation invitation was from a girl she did not know, from about 30 miles away from our home in Lincoln County. And it said, "We'd like you to come to our party. You don't know who I am." And then it said, "Over." And on the back side of that card, it said, 18 years ago, you had a conversation with my mom. She was debating whether or not to have me. And because of that conversation, I want you to come to my graduation. Friends, it's impactful parents that make impactful kids. And to my dad, who's passed away, no matter how much work we had to do on the farm, feeding cattle, picking rock, building equipment, we could always find time during the middle of the day, around 11 o'clock, to make it into the shop to work on a project. And I used to think it was just to work on a project, because it was actually because my dad liked to listen to Rush Limbaugh so bad. And because we didn't have Bluetooth or any other technology, that's the only place we could do it. And for that, I thank you for that memory. And to my dad, who was also blind, he never got to see my wife or my kids while on this earth. But I know that the first time he looked on the face of Christ, he also got to look on the face of my wife and kids. And it's that relationship with the Lord that is so important to me. that I would encourage each of you that if you do not have one, to pursue that relationship with him. Because this world is full of firsts and lasts. The first time my wife walked into this building was after we were elected to represent us here in this building. At 30 years old, she walked through those doors between the SOB, right by the governor's office, and she's like, I've never been in here before. And then we came to this floor and served together as a husband and wife, the people of Southwest Minnesota. And it's not easy when you start this job with one and you end up with 5. We did make it home once in a while. And I can remember Paul Anderson many times asking, after an election, everyone's coming back to the Capitol, so are you going to have another kid? Or did you have another kid? And the answer was usually yes. And I thank you for that friendship, especially as a freshman, to Paul Anderson, and Bob Gunther, and Dean Erdahl, and Greg Davids, and that mentorship of inviting people in, to include them from places where you're not from. And when we're talking about singing karaoke or whatever, I can tell you what, if you can sing karaoke in front of someone, you're probably not going to hate that someone because they've seen you probably at your worst. I want to thank all of you for your willingness to serve. It's a challenge to be among challenging people, among challenging times. We each dig our heels in, some of us way better at it than others, to represent what we think is best. And when we think about right and wrong, and winning and losing, whether it's in marriage, if your goal is to win an argument with your spouse, that means your spouse has to lose it. And when we're on this floor, I challenge us both that if our goal is to win the argument, the other side will lose the argument. To build a better marriage is to build a better state. And our goal as Republicans and Democrats should not be that I will win the argument and you will lose, or I will lose, you know what I'm saying. But is to how do we build a better Minnesota? How do we come up with ideas that maintain constitutional rights, protect life and liberty and individual freedom, that empowers families, that empowers communities, that empowers people around our state? Because if we win in this body from a collective standpoint where bipartisanship can reign, we can all win the argument for Minnesotans and ultimately our country. It appears at times we are very divided. We're divided in the ideals that sometimes separate us. And how do we overcome those divisions? We create friendships. We can seek out the commonalities that make us who we are stronger. In some cases, that's our faith. And sometimes that's in what our beliefs are on a particular issue, whether it's education or energy or other policy. To Joe and Ron and Nathan, thank you for your friendship. And to each and every one of you, I would recommend developing those relationships across the aisle. Kaz, Joe, Dawn, Tom, Scott, Brian. You folks have names for your classes. We have the COVID class, we have the majority makers. And I'm like, you know what? In 2010, I was elected, and I don't know if we really got a class, other than the longest state government shutdown in U.S. history class. I don't know, does that have a ring to it? Folks, we live in a diverse state with wonderful people. And we could not get here without relying awfully heavy on those that came before us. Whether it's members of the House, never of the Senate, but truly our families. This is a beautiful building. This is a beautiful place to serve. And it was said earlier, if this place ever loses its awe, you should leave. Well, I can tell you what, I'm leaving, but I haven't lost the awe, and that's tough. I love this state. I love each and every one of you, even though it doesn't seem like it sometimes across the aisle, but I do. You all care. You all want what's best for us as a state. I want to thank Sharon Goblish, one of the best RNLAs this side of the Mississippi. Mark Nisley for his work, Indiana Smallman, and a host of great LAs who have served in the past. Mark, thank you. This place truly would not be the same if it wasn't for the institutional knowledge of the staff. And I hate to thank some of the lobbyists too, but they do bring a lot to the table. And my kids especially want to thank Pat for all the gallons upon gallons upon gallons of candy that they've taken over the years. And as a reminder, on the front corners, there's usually mints, members. That's not for us. Those mints are really for the staff so they don't have to smell our bad breath. And so as you step out of this room, for sometimes the first time, for the last time, remember, there are firsts and there are lasts. There is the first speech you give on the House floor. There'll be this speech that I give on the House floor. It'll be the first time you bring a child onto this House floor. And there will be a last time you bring one of your wonderful 5 kids onto this House floor. And I see babies being bounced on that side, of newborns, of toddlers. Bring them to this space. Show them what it's like to be a parent and a legislator and a lover of the Lord. Thank you, Minnesota, for the opportunity to serve. Have a great summer.
I recognize a member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this will be the longest I've ever spoken on the House floor, I promise you. The bar is set very low. When I've been thinking about what I was going to say today, I was thinking about kind of my origin story and how this all came about that I got here. And it starts way back with the supper table. Growing up, my folks always had the news on. There was always commentary that was going on. That's where I started to form opinions, to have opinions, and to be interested in current events. Then it comes to about 8th grade, and I'm sharing these opinions in class, and I had this history teacher, Mr. Benson, and he said, all right, you've got opinions. How about you do something with them? It wasn't enough to just have them. You had to actually put them to action. He wasn't pleased when I started a teenage Republican group in the school after that, but I did. And it was a great experience for me to have that. And because I had started that, I wasn't going to be dating anybody at that time, so I had plenty of time to learn about issues that were going about. I also had the opportunity when I was in high school to be a high school page, and so that's when I first met Pat Murphy, when he was just the deputy, just the lowly deputy at that time, back in 2003. But that was one memory I had of my week at the Capitol. The other one was that I, as a page, got to bring a box of Kleenex to Representative Pulowski. So those are the only two things I remember about that week anymore, but it's... Sometimes that's just how it goes. In college, I got kicked out of the college Republican group because I was willing to go to a poli-sci event that they were having a campus debate, and no one from the college Democrats were organized enough or interested to participate in the debate, and so I offered. I figured I know my view on things, and I know the opposing view on things. I could just offer that, and was booted. So I'm a long-time learner of the litmus test that our side loves to give people throughout, and so that helped, though, because then I could start dating after that because I had all this free time and weird interests going on. But it's this whole thing, and it's bothered me ever since then, the idea that you can't hold two opposing thoughts in your head at the same time, that causes people to get anxious or not be able to identify with themselves because they identify issues as being part of who they are, and that shouldn't be what it is. And that's why so many people get frustrated with me around here and when I'm trying to get things accomplished, because I do try and see every issue from the positions that are being brought, and I am able to hold two opposing viewpoints in my head at the same time. And I wish that we could have more of that, but I've just learned recently in a book about consciousness that some people don't even have images in their brains when they're thinking about things, and so I'm just blown away at so many things these days. I started, well, I didn't actually start running for office. I was forced into running for office. We had a candidate in Southwest Minnesota. I'd gone to college. I moved back home because that's when we started our family businesses. And the candidate that we had dropped out the weekend before Memorial Day, and filing deadline was Tuesday of that week, and we didn't have anybody. We had tried recruiting for months, couldn't find anybody, and so it was literally a group of party leadership that got into a room at someone's house, and we just went down the row. Could you do it? Could you do it? There were two of us who said they could do it. The other one said, I could, but I don't want to, and so it ended up being me. My mom picks me up from that meeting because, I don't know, I'm still 14 years old or something, and I'm telling her about all of this and just what had happened because it's so just mind-blowing. And I figured the other guy would get convinced because the HRCC wanted him. They did not so much want me. And so I tell her all of this, and she says to me in the most loving, motherly way, "You mean they can't find anybody better?" And so with that, you now know my backstory and why I was a big proponent for marriage and family therapists in this state, because there's just not enough when it comes to that. As I said, I wasn't the caucus choice in that election. I was running against the former majority leader on the DFL side that year. What I found out after the election is that on Labor Day, when they did the polling, I was 30 points behind. Had they told me that at the time, I would have packed up and moved to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, but we knew that if we just kept the effort going and introduced myself to people, that would be the way to go. And it turned out that they were right with that. So not only was I not supposed to run, I wasn't supposed to win. And then 16 years later, I'm still here for that. And I'm thankful for that. And one memory, because you don't, especially the first term, you're still back home all the time. Your brain is still back home. It's hard to transition up here. And so on Thursdays after session would end, I would drive the 4 hours back to Laverne, and we would have our evening cleaning shift with the cleaning business. And I'd go and clean buildings at night and try to help just keep the family business afloat during that time. And that really kept me, as Representative Kresha was talking about staying grounded, that really kept me grounded. 5.5 minutes and I'm off point one yet. There were some historical moments, and we've talked about the COVID piece in here, the longest shutdown in government history. I got to experience that. The Capitol renovation was the other piece that I noted during my time here of just how disruptive that was. To have a whole session, a special session in room 10 was an experience that I get to have that so few others do. But it was definitely special. And then, of course, the evenly divided legislature this year. I have had my fill of historic moments in the Minnesota legislature. We could calm it down just a little bit. Legislative accomplishments. I'll go from memory on it. The Lewis and Clark Water Project was probably the first big one where I had to go against our caucus on how they wanted us to vote. We needed that water project to be in Laverne so that we had a safe and reliable source of water. It was also, at that time, $11 million for a bonding project was a huge deal. And so to get that to happen, we had to be open with our caucus leadership at the time to let them know that this was our intent to do that. So there were no surprises in the end. And then they were willing to work with us to get to that point instead of just trying to surprise on the House floor. There's a big lesson in that because we were able to get that. Now we have water. My cleaning business and other businesses are able to continue providing the services that they can because they have the water that they need. The competitive workforce factor for DWRS. We know that our human service systems are always a big target when it comes to budgets, and that the people who do that work are underpaid. No matter what they get paid, they're going to always be underpaid. But there's no way to track it before within the disability waiver rates system, and this was a very heavy lift for me because first I had to understand the DWRS system as it was, the competitive workforce factor as a concept, and then try to explain it to everyone else whose eyes glaze over as soon as you start using the acronyms. But we were still able to be successful with that because I took the extra time to research and learn, and I had the advocacy groups come in several times to explain the same concepts over to me again and again until I finally was able to get that back. Expanding the bed capacity piece for Regents Hospital. We did it again this year, real easy compared to the year when we had doctors protesting outside my office. I had nuns protesting outside my office. The same day I had the adult diaper companies protesting outside my office. I should probably give more context to that story, but the nuns stopped protesting as soon as they saw the adult diapers taped up to my door. And it made the biggest difference overall in how we got through that session. But there was so much in the trading and the positioning and looking more at just the competitive nature of especially Twin City hospital systems and learning from that. There was a lot of good that could be pulled from learning from that piece of it. And then the biggest piece, the one cornerstone of my entire career up here that I am the most proud of, is that we were able to overhaul our funding system for our long-term care nursing home system to the value-based reimbursement system. The same kind of concept. It was years in the making to build up. It took a lot of research, and we had to have a lot of understanding. We had a lot of input from every different group that was going to be involved with it, and we were able to get it done. In a year where we still had a cut target, because there was only one session I was here where Human Services did not get a cut target. We had a cut target, but we were still able to get the $134 million to get that done. And it was great because I was 29 years old and I was the chairman of the Aging and Long-Term Care Committees. So we have that dichotomy to figure out. And the second greatest thing about that was that Representative Lilly was my committee lead for that one. He wasn't aware of the big pipe then, but he's done a very good job of recognizing that since then. And so it's been very useful to me to have Representative Lilly as a colleague and a friend on these things, and I'm very thankful for you and the work that we were able to do at that time. Long-term care has always been an area of interest of mine because it is the largest employer in my district. People are aging. The entire population of the state is aging. It's just that out in my area, it's happening faster. It's happening sooner than it is everywhere else. And so we needed the infrastructure to be able to support that. And that's what I've been fighting for every single day, every single year, every single term that I've been up here, is to make sure that we have the infrastructure to provide care locally so that people are able to receive the care they need in the place that they want it. And that will be something I continue to work on in one way, shape, or form as I move forward in my career, I'm sure, because there's so much more work to do. And the other thing that always gets me when I think about long-term care and nursing homes in particular, there was a situation back in April of 2014 where one of my small towns of about 800 people, there was an ice storm. Closed down the roads, closed down the electric lines. There was no way to get in and out of the community for about 3 or 4 days. No one had power. They all went to the local nursing home so that they had a place to stay, that had the backup generator, that had the institution there to be able to support such a crisis in the community. They had that where without them there, I don't know what the community would have done. It would have been quite a different story for them, and so I'm thankful for that and recognize how long-term care centers are really parts of the community with that. After we passed VBR, I toured over 119 different long-term care centers throughout the state, and I only made it to about a third of them, but it was still quite a tour to learn about the different things that facilities are trying to do to make the experience for the residents better. Whether it's based on sound or based on light, they always had a different way that they were trying to approach and find better solutions that made the experience better. And I've always been thankful for that they're not just resting on their laurels. They're always looking for something better, because the truth is no one wants to be in a center like that, but if they need it, they want it there and they want it close. And so the fact that on top of that, they're also trying to make it innovative and make it better is just very touching to see that that is the heart behind the people who are providing care in our communities. The only thing that these people did that was wrong was grow old, and that's something we want everyone to do. And so I'm very thankful that I was able to have the opportunity to defend this, that I had a platform in order to do that over the last decade and a half. And of course, there's always more work to be done and to continue with that because we see a change in that industry as well. And the more that we have to debate the balance between regulatory protections and the independence of the residents who are living there, the more we're going to go down a path that is going to require us to find out something new instead of skilled nursing or assisted living. And so we have that, and I'm at 13 minutes now. Thank yous. I have to start with thanking my family. Randy and Sharon, my parents, still work with them in the business. They're talking about retirement in the next 4 or 5 years, and we're talking about what that transition means. They did give me a little red flag one time. They signed up for National Write Your Congressman so they could find out what's happening in the legislature and be able to be put in contact with their local legislators. And I'm like, guys, it's me. I'm here all the time. You just ask. It would have been easier. But they put up with that, and they also put up with the office hours I end up holding at the store. I like to say, especially around campaign time, that I was the most accessible because all you need to do was come to the store and you're going to find me there. And sometimes if you didn't find me, my mom would take a lot of the brunt of the conversation. So I owe her quite a bit for taking on issues and responding on my behalf for me. It's been great, but she's sick of it. So I need to do my part with that. And the same thing with my brother. We know that we're the next generation of this business that started in the basement of my folks' house and is now 4 locations on Main Street and has grown into, I think, 7 or 8 different lines of business in that time. And he's trying to carry that all on his own while I disappear for 6 months. It's great for our relationship because it's oil and water most of the time, but it's also a lot of stress to put on him. And so I'm thankful that he's willing to do that while I'm here, but again, time to get back there. Steve Perkins was a mentor of mine from long ago. He was the other one in the original story about who else was going to run. He decided that St. Augustine, Florida was a better place in the winter than St. Paul, Minnesota, and so that's what he did. But he's always been a strong mentor for me. He's been with me along the way with the campaigns and with the healthcare policies. He has always been so terrific, and whenever I have a big decision, he's the one I call first to get his perspective. I also have to thank my other business partner for the bridal shop, Katia Soto. She is currently very upset with me because I haven't responded to any text messages over the last 3 days, as if I haven't had anything else to do. but it reminds me that we do a lot of work to shield what happens here from the people back home. And so I found myself over the years lamenting in my head about how a lot of my time gets spent managing people's disappointment and the amount of work that I'm able to accomplish at a time. And that hurts. That really hurts. And I've just become tired of being able or having to do that at that point. And so that was a large driver for why we move on. Have a few staff members to thank. I would go through the LAs, but I had 14 of them, about one a year. I don't know what it is about me, but it just happens to be that. Megan Rosbach, the CA for the last 2 years for Human Services. I don't know that you could have paired two opposite personalities. I've noticed that when she writes a text message, she has more expression in her face than what I do all day long. And so she's been able to take that. It's the yin and yang of negotiations or committee work. It's really worked out well. We've complemented each other well, and to see her ability to grow in the position that she has been really great, and I'm excited to see what she ends up doing with her future, and thankful for her with that. Rebecca Reimers and J.R. Swanson were rounded out the team for Human Services this year and did a great job. Rebecca unfortunately came on at the same time I was announcing that I was leaving, and so we kept our distances most of the time. She didn't know what to do with me, and I still don't know what to do for myself. Jason Wenish, he was my media writer for 14 years. Then this last year got switched to Gavin Miller for that, but Jason was a great person. He would always lecture me about the email updates I would send because they'd always straddle the fence. It was never too controversial. And he had hand gestures and other gestures that he'd use to indicate when he thought I was maybe riding the fence a little too much. Holly Iverson, Chelsea Olson, they helped me with the Aging Long-Term Care Committee. They were on that tour of the 119 sites, just like I was. The two LAs that I will point out, Janelle, as Ron pointed out, we share the same LA for several years. And Janelle is one of those people who's always got your back. She's always defending you. Even if you know you're wrong, she's still going to try and encourage you because that's what you want. And so whomever gets her next year, you're very lucky. And then Nicole Abraham was another favorite of mine. She was with me in 2019 where it felt like kind of a country music song was my life, and she was able to support me through that time. She also at one point had to write an armistice between Representative Kresha and I because we were pranking each other so much, and she was tired of getting baby powder all over the place because of our antics. And so she had stopped our meetings so that we could sign this release saying that we would stop pranking each other, at least while she worked with us. That was great. Jeremiah Winkstead. Jeremiah came into Health and Human Services when he was first here, and the best thing, because he's a little spunky, especially when it comes to procedures, and it was his first term, and we didn't know what to make of Representative Liebling as chair yet, and there was a procedural motion that needed to happen, and no one was really sure how it was supposed to go. Jeremiah chimes in, all on his own, unprovoked, to say exactly what the motion should be. He was told to be quiet. And then Representative Liebling asked the nonpartisan staff to what motion should be made, and they sheepishly said the same thing that Jeremiah had said. And Jeremiah just turned back in his chair with a little grin on his face and put his head down for a little bit. It was fun to see that, and fun to see where Jeremiah has been able to grow in that time too. I've had a good number of friends that I've developed here. You know, it's always the most terrifying part, or when you're considering whether you leave or stay, you wonder what happens to the people who are friendly to you here, if they stick around or they don't. And so I'm hopeful that these people stick around. Bean's sister, you know who you are. She taught me how to think about Health and Human Services as the whole on things. In my first term as the chair of Health and Human Service Policy, she was the one who would be in my office connecting the dots on all the different bills that were going on, and really gave me a new perspective on these things and made it a successful year for me. And so I'm thankful to her for that and for so much more that she's given me over the years. There's a group I'm a part of called The Quorum. They are the best and fastest group of gossipers around the Capitol, and so I get most of my news from there. That's usually how I find out what our budget targets are, is from that group. Yeah, thanks, fellas. And then it's that whole team mentality. And so when something bad happens to one of us, the badness is less because we're all there. And when something good happens to us, the goodness is better because we're all there. And so I'm very thankful for them. Even during the speech today, they've had enough times to break my facial expressions just because it's really good. And then to my friend Thelma, you know who you are. Our pact got me through the last 2 years, and that's been very meaningful to me. I'm ready for a new pact. I think that because you've been a warm and safe and helpful place to me, that there's plenty of room for further potential out there, and your pipestone is ready. For members, I already talked about Leon Lilly and all the greatness that he brought to the committees there. Representative Liebling, I have to share just one story with that outside of the Jeremiah one. When she first took over as committee chair, she invited me in to talk about legislative priorities, and I had to express that just 2 days prior, my grandmother had passed away. And so when she's asking me about legislative priorities, I went into her office and I said, look, I don't really care right now. I don't want to be here. I have things I'm trying to work through. And she was so kind with me in that moment. She just let me sit there and be in that moment for a little bit, let the words hang, and then was supportive about it. And that was our first round together, and it was great ever since. Those types of little interactions that meant so much to me. I doubt she even remembers that, but it meant the world to me. Yep, she doesn't. But it meant the world to me. And that side of humanity there, to just let that be, because that was an awful session for me to try and get through for that reason. And I didn't tell anybody else, and you didn't either. That was good, and I was very appreciative of that. Chair Knorr, I talked about you last night. You are a gentleman's gentleman, and it irritates me that I can't compete with that at all. So I try to compete with the hair and the beard. And as the session went along, we started dressing the same. We both wear gray suits the same days, and it just kind of evolved into that. And it was great that we could work together. We understood where each other's buttons were, what issues we were, and we just let them go. We knew those weren't the things to fight because we have such bigger issues to deal with. And he didn't poke me, I tried not to poke him, and then we could go into negotiations, whether it was with tribunal or with the Senate, and we were always a united force in that because we always had the right way to be. And to watch him work throughout some of these issues that I wasn't the most engaged with, but he was, to watch him do the work that he needed to do is, he could do a master class on how to be a legislator up here, and the state would be better for it. The only thing, he's a cat person, but outside of that, it's really useful. And I wouldn't have learned that except for conference committee 2 days ago. He decided he needed to share that. To my two dearest friends here, Swede and Ron. Swede's been my big brother since we first got elected. He's always giving advice, whether I've asked for it or not. He's always there with the advice, and it's always been good advice. And it turns out that our YouTube algorithms line up a lot in a weird way, but it makes sense. And the friendship has always been there. These are the only two people for whom I will answer the phone when they call. And so it's always been useful to have the advice and to be able to just talk through things. That's always been great. And for Ron, this poor guy, he knows more about me than anybody should. And the quote he always throws back at me is, "Joe, it's hard to be your friend and be truthful with you." And so I take that. Before I tell him things now, I have a filter for that. But a few years ago, Ron and I were in his office, and we had committed to each other that we were going to level things up. And we referenced that point because we did do that. We got this little bit of competitive nature between the two of us, and if he was doing something better, then I was going to do something better, and we just kept that going for the last 4 or 5 years, and eventually it leads to this. And that means that we have to do a new pact here too, that we do level up moving forward, and that's where my mind is going now, is that we need to be able to bring this to the next level. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to offer obituaries or eulogies for members that served in my district who have passed away. And it was always striking to me that when I would go through their obituaries, their time in the legislature was a sentence of a 4-paragraph life. And that always gave me pause to reflect on this whole thing that this should just be a sentence. And so as I move forward and do whatever the next thing is, I've done some great things, even if I didn't write them down. I've done some great things here, and I need for myself to be able to make this time, these 16 years, one sentence in my obituary. And so that's the charge I have moving forward. I thank you all for the years of service. Please do not hug me on your way out. And wish you best wishes in the future.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I forget, I'd like a roll call, please. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I am probably the most unlikely candidate to be here in the Minnesota House of Representatives and serve with great people like Swedzinski and Schumacher and Kresha and Torkelson, and the list goes on. When I came to the legislature in 2010, I was just finishing up my tour of duty as the mayor of the city of Sartell. And I remember sitting right over here looking at the roster and going, what's a kid from Sartell doing in a place like this? And I kept my mouth shut for the entire first year. And I know that some of you find that hard to believe, but it's true. I wanted to learn how this place worked, and I wanted to get to know people. That's what this business is about, relationships, working with people, getting the people's business done. And when we had this 67 thing going, that's right, paying attention. I appreciate you paying attention to me, at least as I'm heading to the door. Maybe not on my floor speeches, but I do appreciate that. You folks more than my side, apparently, at this point. But you take what you can get, I guess, at this late stage in the game. And I was just awestruck by that 67. So I went back and I called Al Patton, who was a DFL member in the legislature back when this last situation happened. I took him to lunch. It was around Christmas time. And I said, Al, how does this work? And he goes, oh, please, don't do it the way we did it. He said, it's a disaster. And I said, I'm going to be a part of history as a legislator, but I'm also going to be a part of history back in this split house. And he looked at me and he said, I've known you all your life. You will figure this out, and you will lead. And we did. With all of you, all of us. Wow. I don't even think the Senate figured it out yet. We had leverage on them. Because when we agreed, they had no choice but to agree with us because we had the best product the legislature could put out. Because we worked together. Oftentimes people say to me, Tim, who are you more like, your mom or your dad? And I said, well, I actually am like both of them. My dad was the police chief in the town that I grew up in, and he said, you need to defend yourself, your friends, your family, and those who can't. And it's going to be rough. You're going to be bumping people on the lunch line, and you're going to get bumped. You're going to fall, but you got to get up and you got to keep going. As I ran to the door, ready to take the world on, I could hear my mom's voice. Please, please do it diplomatically. And I've always tried to marry those two things together in my public service. I'm a public servant because of my father. Nothing changes your life than watching your father's life almost be taken in your presence in the line of duty. It was Super Bowl Sunday, 1991. I was heading back to my apartment, my brother and I shared, and there was gunfire in the building next to us. And that was before we had cell phones and before we had all the other tools that we have. And because my dad was a police chief at our home, growing up as kids, we had what we called the bat phone. It was the phone for the police department in our home. And I remember calling my brother and my mom, and I said, "You're not going to believe this, but Dad's at it again. It's 9 o'clock at night. He gets called out. An individual is having a mental health crisis, and I watch this through my apartment window." He galvanized my commitment to public service, and I've never looked back. He sat up here with my mom on swearing-in day, and a year later passed away. And I know he will be proud of the work I did in this body for the people, helping those who can't help themselves, getting good public policy out there, working for the people. I have been blessed with 2 co-chairs of commerce. Cully Herr and I knew each other on pensions. And by the way, why am I a big pensions wonk? My dad. I thought if he can put his life on the line, the least I can do is help people that do that, to protect us, to be there when we need them. Whether it's good times, bad times, mental health crisis, whatever the case may be. Cully and I sat down and we said, how are we going to make this work? And we live by 3 simple rules. I am going to come to you with the world's greatest ideas, co-chair her, and I know you're going to love them. You're going to bring me all the votes I need to get this done, or something short of that. I said, I'm going to have these ideas, and you're going to say, I can't do it. And I have to take you at face value that that's the case. And likewise, you're going to come to me, and you say, we got these great ideas. And I'm going to say, we can't do it. But we need to be honest, and we need to always communicate. And we found a lot of places to work. As we know, Cully became the mayor of St. Paul. I remember earlier this year when we were guests of the St. Paul delegation over at the River Center. Cully dropped what she was doing, came running across the crowd, and she says, "Ha!" like Cully does, and said, "I've been telling everybody you quit because I left." And I said, well, I might be looking for a job. I can help you balance your city budget if you want. She hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'm not sure why. And then with the unfortunate events of June 14th and things that have transpired since then, there were some shakeups and move around in this chamber. And Aaron Kegel and I ended up being co-chairs. The extent of my contact with co-chair Kegel up to that point was sitting across the Commerce table from one another in committee, bickering back and forth, as the dutiful minority does. And Representative Stevenson, who was the chair of that committee at the time, and I was the lead. I got to tell you, Zach's a pretty cool cookie, but I know how that guy works and how he ticks. He called me up and he was petrified, literally petrified, when we had to go online with COVID. And he said, we can't have any more meetings. We have to get all of our work done during the time that is allotted. We're not getting extra time. And I said, well, that's very easy. As long as I can do my job, you will be able to do your job. Leader Stevenson, you remember that conversation? And we made it work. We made it work. I also am proud of the fact that in my freshman year, my first year, I kept my mouth shut and I met people like Denise Dietrich, who, as I mentioned earlier this session, was the godmother of school trust lands. And Representative Dietrich and I worked diligently to put this bill together, get it passed in 2012. Because I didn't say much and I just kind of blended in as the wallflower that I am, like Joe Schumacher, I put this bill up, we got it passed, all of us members started coming up and going, how long have you been here? I said, well, this is my freshman year. Stop. And I said, no. They said, you don't act like a freshman. Even Greg Davids told me that. I don't act like a freshman. And I was proud of the work that we did establishing the School Trust Lands Commission, which is there now, and the work that we've done and being able to double the amount of money that's in that fund for the kids in the state of Minnesota. We're not screwing the kids anymore. Tommy would be proud of that constitutional amendment that's going on the ballot this fall. I am proud of that. Things come around and they go around. When I heard that we were going to have this constitutional amendment, I thought, well, what a great way to close a career, the way you started it. Relationships around this place mean everything to me. When I came in, there was 36 of us. Today, there are 6 of us. After this year, there will be 3 of us. And for those who are majority makers, so are we. I love your families. Kelby and Donna Woodard, their kids grew up here. I taught them Latin in the retiring room, for heaven's sakes. And I remember Kelby's oldest son, Tipton, was, we got to come back to the Capitol again. He's a junior in high school, right? At St. Thomas Academy. He'd rather be running with his buddies and stuff. And finally one day sat down and I said, when you go back to school, do you ever talk about what's happening like in the news and politics? Yeah, in social studies class. I said, do you ever talk about the Minnesota legislature? He said, yeah. I said, do you realize that those kids are seeing secondhand what you're actually experiencing on the House floor and the relationship that you have built with legislators? He goes, well, I never really thought of it that way. And he changed his ideas about why he was here. And he said, I'm going to make a positive impact on the other students that I go to school with because of my experience here. The Sweetlings, watched you guys grow up. Ron and Wendy, Kresha, your kids are great. Joe, your kids are great too. The reason I say that is when Joe came into the legislature, he was 24 years old, and I would say, oh, this family, which family do you belong to, Joe? Now, I love Joe. I love giving him a bad time. He and I have had some interesting experiences in the legislature as bachelors, watching things happen and unfold here, but it's been a great experience. My first time in this building was about this time in 1976. What was going on in the news in 1976? The United States was going to be the last country in the world to move from the English form of measurement to the metrics system. How are we doing on that one? 50 years later, not so good. The other part that I remember is riding on the school bus coming down here with my 6th grade class. And because it was the year for the metric system and a big changeover, we had T-shirts that said, meters are neater in Sartell. And God loved the folks at the Historical Society who gave us a tour and said, what's so fancy about your parking meters in Sartell? And I said, no, the metric system. I said, we don't have any parking meters in Sartell. And I remember being on that bus, tired and just from the experience of the day. And on the radio, the bus driver had the Bellamy Brothers songs playing from the 1976. And I thought, wow, that's kind of cool. I was there during the bicentennial year. I had no idea at that time that this man who's standing in front of you would be saying, I'm finishing up a 16-year career of working with people, getting stuff done on the 250th anniversary of this great country. And Leon, with pensions, You came on, you said, I don't know anything about pensions. I said, that's fine. We reset the seating order, so you were next to me. We got amazing work done, and I value our friendship. You and I were friends before that, but we just become stronger. You are a great player in the pensions world. Stick with it, please. Please. Speaking of pensions, it hasn't always been rosy in the pensions world. 2018, we've made some pretty drastic changes and cuts, and I am so glad that the last couple of years we've been able to restore those cuts and to be able to help the people, again, who help us here in this state and here in this chamber. I have so many people that I have come in contact with here at the front desk. Pat, during the time that I was Speaker Pro Tem, you bailed my butt out of more hot fires than you should have ever had to have because of what was going on around here. To the countless LAs, CAs, writers, staff folks, you're amazing. And I have, over the years, had staff come to me as they're leaving, and they kind of have this sheepish look on their face. It's like, I just need to tell you I'm going to be leaving and going and doing something else. And I cheer with them. I have always thought and wanted to work to build people to be at that next level. And so as I wrap up my career here in the Minnesota House, I will remember two things: the great relationships that we had, and the future that we're building for Minnesota. As I wrap up, I want to do a special shout out. You knew it was coming, didn't you, Torque? My freshman year, with the chaos of 36 new members in this house and everybody trying to figure out which way is up and committees and everything, I was in the DMZ. If you've been around here, you know what the DMZ is. It's the third floor on the SOB, because it's the overflow for Republicans and Democrats. We're on the DMZ. I went into Torque's office and I closed the door and I said, what the blank am I doing here? These people are crazy. It is unbelievable. And I started talking about stuff, and Torque, as he does, sat there, let me get it all out, puke it all out, get it going. And he just looked at me in his Torque way and said, this place needs more people like Tim O'Driscoll and not less people. I don't know to this day if that's true, but I'll leave you with this. When President Truman relieved Douglas MacArthur of his duties during the Korean War, Douglas MacArthur went to Congress and said these infamous words: old soldiers never die. They just fade away. I kind of think that's what happens with legislators, too. Old legislators never die, they just fade away. And time and history will be the judge as to whether Paul Torkelson was right. This place needs more people like Tim O'Driscoll and the impact that I had on here. Time and history will prove one way or the other. So as I take leave, thank you. God bless you and God bless this country.
Serving in his 9th term, I recognize the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a farm kid, and back in the day when we raised hay and on the farm to feed the cattle, we used to do a lot of baling. We'd bale hay, and it wasn't with this big fancy machinery they have now. It was you lift every bale one at a time. Out in the field, you stack them on a bale rack. You put about 100 bales on a bale rack, haul them to the farm, and unload them one at a time up the bale elevator. And the guy that worked for us, his name was Ed Schloman. He was the guy that unloaded the rack. And he'd get to the end, and he'd get to the last bale, and he'd say, "Here's the bale I've been looking for." I'm the bale you've been looking for. It's an honor to follow all these fine speeches and fine people that have done great work for this state. I want to tell you a little story that goes back to before I was ever elected, when I was first thinking about running, and I had been recruited actually by my predecessor, Brad Finstead. You may have different reactions to Brad Finstead, but that's okay. He called me up and said, Paul, would you think about running for the Minnesota legislature? And I said yes, and the word got out. And shortly after, I got a phone call from a constituent of mine who was very interested in one particular issue. And she spent about 45 minutes with me on the telephone explaining every detail of that issue and quizzing me on whether I knew all these details. Of course, I didn't know any of them, or many of them. And I felt after I hung up the phone like I had really failed my test. And there were a lot of other people who were interested in the same office, so I had competition. And I slipped my cell phone into my shirt pocket, and I went across the house and went to the family room where my wife was sitting. And I was really frustrated, and I don't know exactly what I said. It wasn't too nasty, but it wasn't all pleasant either. And I said something about how these single-issue people can really are going to just drive me crazy, and I don't know how I'm going to handle this. And so I got my frustrations out. About a half an hour later, my cell phone rang again. It was my campaign manager. My campaign manager said, Paul, I think your campaign might be over. I said, over? What do you mean? Paul, you forgot to hang up your phone when you went to see your wife. Wow. So I thought, well, what do I do? What do I do? And I thought, you know what? I'm going to hit this head on. I called her up. I said, I want to come to your house, and I want to learn more about your issues. She said, okay. So we sat in her living room. Now, I knew that she had not hung up, and she could have hung up and not listened into my conversation. And she knew what I had said in that time after we had talked. So we're sitting there talking to each other, but we don't talk about what's in the room, really, about the telephone conversation. We just talked to each other, got to know each other, got to know the issues. Also, sometime later, it's the night of my endorsement. It was a long night. We ended up going 11 ballots. It was around the 5th or 6th or 7th ballot that I was twisting arms, trying to get a few more votes. I was so close to getting 60%. And I thought, well, maybe I can get her to vote for me, you know, if I'm really nice and ask really nice. So I went to her and I kneeled down beside her and I said, would you think about switching your vote to me? And she said, Paul, I've been voting for you since the first ballot. None of us would be here if it wasn't for the people that support us and vote for us and help us do our jobs. Voters are so important because that's why we're here. I have to share my first term. My senator was Dennis Frederickson from New Ulm, Minnesota. Dennis Frederickson served 30 years in the Minnesota Senate. 30 years, not once in the majority. The year after he quit, the Republicans took the majority in the Minnesota Senate. Pretty amazing. Dennis and his wife, Marge, were tremendous help to me when I was first running for office. They knew all the ropes, and they did a great job helping me get through my first campaigns. There's just so many things to talk about when you've been here as long as I have, many years now. But I'm not going to go on too long this afternoon, folks. But a few things. First, my classmates. We had a pretty good-sized class, but we're down to just a few. Myself, Paul Anderson, who skipped out, and Peggy Scott, who's here, and then the only two-time freshman, at least that I'm close friends with, Greg Davids, who came back after a little vacation from the legislature, and now he's back and most senior member of the body. So it's a great pleasure to serve with those. And a couple of other members of my class. One of them happens to be the president of the Senate, Bobby Joe Champion. And Bobby Joe and I were roommates for orientation. So we had quite a time and we learned a lot. Jeff Hayden was also in our class. Jeff is no longer in the Senate, but of course he's lobbying and we all see him around here quite regularly. You know, once in a while somebody will ask you, who in history would you like to sit down and have a conversation with? And one of the people I think of is Cass Gilbert. I think most of you know that Cass Gilbert, the architect of this building, I think he was a genius. I really do. This building that we serve in is so beautiful, so well put together, and so inspiring, not only to us, but to all the sixth grade kids and all the other people that come and visit this building. Just the night before last, there must have been 500 prom queens here. It was amazing. And you know, young ladies come for their quinceañeras. It's just a really inspiring place. And I was privileged to be on the Capital Investment Committee during the time that this building was being renovated. And so I could come most any time I wanted, put on a hard hat, and get a tour of the building. You know, this room, for instance, was completely filled with scaffolding, so the painters could go up on top and actually do that detailed painting that they did. Those people are so patient, and the workers that worked here during that time were so proud of the work they were doing. You could just see it in their eyes. You could just tell that they knew they were working on something very special. This Capitol, I've toured many of the capitals around the country, and ours is as beautiful or more beautiful than any. And I thank Cass Gilbert for his attention to detail. Just think what those guys did. They didn't have computers, they didn't have CAD systems, and when they built it, they didn't have these huge cranes. It was done with tools that we would laugh at today, but they did tremendous, tremendous work. I had the chance to serve on as chair of the Transportation Committee right after I was chair of Capital Investment. And I don't know if you remember this, but there was a point in time where they awarded a bunch of corridors of commerce projects around the state. And it so happened that they were all connected to the metro. The rest of the state was ignored, and I was really, really angry. And I had it out with Charlie Zelli. I remember it was in the transportation building, and I was not at all nice to him that day, but we made up. And it's a lesson in, you know, we do have angry words here once in a while, but we don't have to hold a grudge, and we can make up, and we can continue to work even after hard times. It happens in relationships, but please don't wall yourself out from others. I went on, and when Charlie retired finally from the Metropolitan Council, I went to his retirement party over here at Union Station. It was very interesting, but I was the only Republican in the room. It was a lot of Democrats, but I survived. I moved on after transportation when I've been in and out of the majority a number of times, but when it was time to do redistricting, I was the lead on our redistricting team, and some of those team members are here today. They did great work. We hired the best staff we could find, and we worked hard. And I learned a lot during that time. You know, it only happens every 10 years, so you don't have that chance to it's not like you're building on your past experience because you don't have any. But we hired a guy who was really a whiz at the computer and handling that computer. And I'm concerned. I'm really concerned about what's going on around this country right now. we're seeing redistricting used as a political sledgehammer. And it's happening on both sides of the aisle. And I just hope and pray that we here in Minnesota aren't tempted to follow that course. I think it'd be a horrible mistake. I know it's tempting, whichever way, you know, whoever would happen to be in the majority at the time, and try to take advantage of that. It would be a true disservice to the citizens of Minnesota. We had a situation where I've served under a number of speakers, but where there was a change, the most recent change in speaker. And it was a surprise to me. I was a big supporter of Kurt Doubt, and I thought he was going to continue to be our speaker. Well, it didn't turn out that way. And following the decision to have a new Speaker of the House, that speaker turned to me and asked me to be her number 2. I had no idea it was coming. We didn't know each other very well at the time, and I was surprised to be asked, but I was honored, and the two of us worked together closely since then. It's been a great honor of my political career to do that, to be in the small room where decisions are made is truly an honor. Going toe-to-toe with the governor is kind of fun, actually. And I think we've done good work. Tim talked about it. This adventure we're on in a tied house is something that's never been done in the way we've done it before. I am so thrilled that we landed on a way to do this that actually works. The system of co-chairs here in the House, I think, has worked amazingly well. It's forced the workload down to the committee level, where really it should be. And everything that comes out of committee has bipartisan support. It's really amazing. I, of course, was named Chair of Ways and Means, and that put me in that small room with Zach Stevenson. And I didn't quite know what to expect. We had never really worked together either, and the one thing I remember before we did start working together is the day that he gave up and gave a great speech, and at the end of the speech he said, "Folks, this speech was written by ChatGPT." I got up and said, "Zach, that's the best speech you've ever given." But as it turned out, while we have certainly our differences, our ability to work together and try and untie the knots that develop in this tied situation proved, I think, to be valuable. I hope he does too. But I wore him out, I guess. He left Ways and Means. But he left for the worst possible reason, of course. You know, during the negotiations last year in the governor's reception room, the governor was on one side of the table. I was directly opposite from the governor. I had Lisa on my right, and I had Melissa on my left for hour after hour. Some things should just never happen. No one that serves here should have to make that sacrifice. And I hope we all understand how painful that is for the institution. To see a speaker go down. Awful. So the thank you list is way too long for me to start naming names, but I'm going to name a few anyway because I kind of have to. But first, I would like to talk a little bit about Patrick Murphy. So he's been really an honor for me to work with. and I share something. I have something in or a connection with Patrick Murphy that no one else will ever have, because there was a day when I thought I had been checked out from the House floor, and I was over in Minneapolis. I was in the outskirts of Minneapolis at a meeting, and my phone rang, and it said, it's a call of the House. But I thought I was checked out. No, it's a call of the House. You better get here as quick as you can. I race down the freeway. I come running up the steps, and as I'm coming up the steps, I hear, Torkelson, Torkelson, Torkelson. I was the first person he ever called out, I believe, in that way. And from then on, for about a year and a half, every time I went into the meeting, I heard, yeah, lucky me. It's just it's one of a long series of Torquisms around here. I don't know if you're all familiar with that, but when we were doing MnDrive, you remember MnDrive, the horrible license system that we had to get rid of and replace, took millions of dollars and a long time, finally got it done. Governor and I actually worked together to get that done. And then we had to name the new system. It's now called MnDrive, but one of the names considered was Torque Drive. I'm a farmer, and I still have a hog barn. And that hog barn, I have an LLC because we set it up that way. The name of my LLC is Torque Chops. And there's a lot of other Torquisms. There's Torque Time, which starts at about 8:30, and I'm not going to speak quite that long, but I'm working on it. It's, the familiarity, the humor is really a good thing. Frank Hornstein and I went back and forth in transportation, and I had a rule in my committee that nobody should ever be funnier than the chair when I was chair. It was against the rules, but Frank Hornstein, he'd break the rule all the time. There's so many staff people that I worked with, partisan, nonpartisan, Republicans, Democrats. I could go on and on and on. I do have to call out my current LA, Allie, who has been amazing, brought me through some tough times. And then my family is here, my wife is here, my daughter is here, and my grandson Soren is here. Hi, Soren. And my next grandchild is here too, although she can't wave yet. I don't know how often this has happened here at the Minnesota legislature, where a legislator has a child who is a lobbyist. In my memory, it's never happened, but it's been my great privilege to serve here and work with my daughter as a lobbyist. And we've, as you noted maybe last night, getting that bill passed for tech modernization, she played a big part in it. We worked as partners, professional partners, and what a privilege to be able to do that. And then finally, last night, we saw, I think, some great work in this house. We saw the plane land. I've been here for 18 sessions. Sometimes the plane lands nicely and smoothly, and sometimes it's all hell breaks loose. I've been here for both, and I was just totally impressed. I'm going to call out a couple other staff members. First, the navigator of the plane, Jeremiah Wingstead, who was mentioned earlier. He's just brilliant and knows exactly what to do when, and knows the floor and all that stuff that I choose to ignore. Next, we have the co-pilot of the plane, Andrew Wagner, who has done a great job working with our caucus, a great job doing this thing of being tied and respecting the other side while communicating clearly, hanging on to our issues that we think are important, but recognizing the issues that are important on the other side of the aisle. And then finally, the chief pilot, Lisa Demuth. Thank you for landing the plane smoothly. It doesn't always go that way. It should. Some people say that any landing you walk away from is a good landing. I would not agree with that. There have been some bad landings here, and I challenge those of you that come back to continue to have good landings. A colleague of mine, Gene Wagenius, who was my archenemy in the Environment Committee, often said that coming to the legislature is a lot like going back to college. Now, I don't think she meant the part where we hang out at downtown or at our apartments and party a lot. I think she meant the part where we all have a lot to learn. And that is one of the most important things we as legislators must do if we're going to serve our constituents, serve the state of Minnesota well. We have to be willing to learn from each other, to learn from the lobbyists, to learn from our colleagues, to learn from our staff, both partisan and nonpartisan, to find the best path forward. We're not going to give up our values. We're not going to change our minds about what we think is important. And we're going to disagree. I've disagreed vehemently with some people here, some in my own caucus, by the way. But if you sit down and communicate and work hard, often you can find a path forward that benefits everyone. And really, that's what we're here to do. So thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for sticking around, those of you that are still here. Thank you for what you do for the state of Minnesota in this beautiful facility that is such a testament to our history. I'll just end with this from Ecclesiastes. To everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven.
Members, there is a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Torkelson.
And members, there really is a motion at the desk, too. The clerk will report the motion.
Niska moves that the chief clerk be and is hereby instructed to inform the Senate and the governor by message that the House of Representatives is about to adjourn this 94th session. Sine die.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, that's my motion, but perhaps I should defer to Representative Kresha to present it.
We're going to a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Announcements. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Madam Speaker, I would like to make a motion for sine die.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Representative Kresha has moved that the House stands adjourned, sine die. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned, sine die.